Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は365日目です。It is day 365, which technically makes this the, I don't know what you would call it, the anniversary, but non-consecutive anniversary of completing a year. Hooray! Alright, I'm a little late today. Largely because I am doing things on the side that may or may not be predictable, but I'm fairly well rested today. Got 4 things to do today, so let's get right into it. It looks like probably, what are we, 112 over? That kind of screams like two or three levels worth of things. Get into it. What? Oh.
分類
or categorization, I suppose.
喉
Nodo.
熟語
告
Let's
げ
get
る
it. Oh, there, Danny.
"いじめる
Ijimeru.
総理府
傷つく
Uh, monk? Okay.
成熟
Oh,
尊敬する
Suru. Thanks, Danny. Hmm.
汽船
Then
収める
This one is very rough. Isa. A chastity. Something about Uh, being maybe a Sami. Hmm. I have to come back. There's also manipulate as well. Manipulate is ayatsuru. This is
ミサ
Sao.
オ
Oh.
文句
Monku.
"収納
You know. Nabe.
5枚
Omai.
黒
黒
煙
煙
座
座
席
席
御用
一等
と
盛り上げる
あ oh what
勇む
or to be in high spirits. Okay. Hmm.
地蔵
What?
書類
書類 Nope. Nope. Oh. What? Oh,
広告
広告 Hmm.
が見る。
Kind of same difference there. Kaketsu.
誤解。
自撮り。
簡易。
一
一
筋。
筋。一筋。
訓読み。
禁止。
未熟。垂れる。
同音異義語。
よ。あ、what? What? This is archery. That's weird. Are you sure it's... Oh no. Q. Judo.
弓道。
Judo.
優位。
Don't mind if I drop a few letters. I promise I'm actually hitting my keys. Some of my keys don't actually work. Like 10% of the time.
気象。
尊敬語。
禁じる。
爪。
What is... This is like race.
人種。もろもろ。
Satin? Oh, thought that was... Oh. What? Wait, is that not Kitsu? Oh no, not Kitsu. That's consume. Not.
喫茶店
Consume tea shop? What way? That's a tea house or cafe? Same difference.
口頭
Hotel. Oh no. Wait. I think this is the only Kuri, right? Amezaiku. Amezaiku. Figure sculpture.
通勤 座禅
Zazen, which is Zazen. Oops, I missed. It's Zazen.
拡張
Bakcho. Oh, Bakcho.
暮らし
I'm drawing a blank on. Oh no! I'm drawing a blank on white.
告白
Buhaku.
等しい
It's just equal, actually. What? Oh, wait. No. Just kidding. No, no, wait. What? Wait. No. This is not what I think it is. Just kidding. Like an atom? No, this is what I think it is. Shiro, Shizo. 素人 No? She... Pretty sure this is amateur. I'm screwing up something. Oh no, not Shiro. Oops. Shiroto. Not ro. Shiroto. Ah!
体操
Oh.
蒸気
Oops.
爪切り
Mekiri. Nail sipper. Yes. It's a nail sipper.
つながる 忘年会
Like New Year's. Maybe like end of year party is what they want. Sure. They're all the same, honestly.
警告
Keikoku. Ne.
飴銀座 かわいい
Kawaii. Kawaii. Okay.
勤める 納入 忘れる
Almost forgot.
何枚
Nanmai.
記者
Oh, Kisha.
算定する
統合
Togo.
全村
Benson.
時刻表
Schedule. 時刻表 Sounds like schedule to me. Like it's kind of a funny combination of sounds. Both languages. What? That not? Oh. Uten.
否定形
Alrighty. Working at it. That's the halfway mark.
可能
Oh. What?
枚数
Nice. Nice. That's interesting.
飛び込み
Ikomi.
蒸し返す
Nice.
シミ
Kimi? Oh, the other way. Kimi. I really thought it was Atamataka. What? Oh,
操作
Sosa. Hmm.
損なう
Oh no.
また
Mata.
また下
Matashita. Sorry. Got caught up in something there. What? Oh,
大損
ozone. Uh,
枚 冷蔵庫
Wait.
口頭
Auto. Uh, uh, uh,
訓練 教訓
Yokin.
否定する 誤算
予告
Yoku.
予 損
손. 오,
申告
인커크.
操る
아야츠르.
拡大
그다이. 예? 예. Attire. Oh, what is feign? How do I feign?
装う
요소. 음.
常勤
Mono? Why do I think it's mono? Oh, yes. Monomane. Oh, monomane. Wait. Did I type that incorrectly?
モ
Yes.
ノマネ
monomane.
収まる
Oh, wait. That's too like. Hold.
Seki.
Seki.
Mureru.
Mureru. Close enough.
Kosan. Taito.
Title. What the title? What is stance? Like a stance? Versus equality? Because there's still equality, no? Like comparison, sort of. Okay. Ah, typo. My M doesn't work.
Yumi.
損害
Songai. This is special.
禅寺
Zendera.
簡単
Antan. Ripe. No, yes.
Ureru.
Ureru. Inrui? No. Inrui.
人類
Inrui.
禁煙
Inen.
蔵
Kura.
Tataku.
Tataku. Tataku. Tataku. Okay. Usuke.
複数形
Usuke. And coming into the last 10% or 20%. Okay. I lost the left thing momentarily earlier too. Oh, consume.
出
It's
演
in.
Shurui.
Shurui.
著
著
作
作
権
権。著作権。
手ぬぐい。
手ぬい。
直ちに
or 直ちに。
親類。
Different relative, or actually all of them today were same relative.
三つ編み。
普通に。
座る。
座る。
宣言する
Yeah. What? Oh, mono.
裏切り者興味がない
くれる。
Oh wait. Wait, was this a settlement? Or was this? Oh wait, hold up. Oh no, this. Oh no. No. Hold up. How do we livelihood this? Oh no. To get dark, right. Oh. What the? No, this was say.
星座
Oh, it is Seiza. I must have typed something earlier. Seiza. What? Oh, this is the right. It's literally the Seiza. It's kind of dealing with like the daimyo and like shogunate and stuff where they sit in a particular position, like the bent knee position or the resting on knee position during like audiences with the emperor or the shogunate or the daimyo. Uh-oh. No.
刻む
Ate.
禁句
Inku.
納得
Right.
久しぶり
Sashiburi.
煙
広がる
Ah! Wait, that was a little off? Huh. Permit. Oh no. What the permit? Grill. What? More general? Bake? Alright, fine.
Mushiatsui.
Shiatsui.
Goji.
Gochi. Oops. Alright. What does tomorrow look like? Why are there 50? Oh, did I stagger the existing one too? Dang, that's kind of weird. Alright. Let's go over our... So I like double staggered because of how long I've been yapping the yap. Alright, day 3. Let's go to our read and our definitions. Seki, relatives. Shabe. Chat. Chi. Flow. Cho. Carve. Soku. Measure. Ah. Pretty sure that's what you mean. There. Sha. Pretty sure that's Onyami. Cottage. Oh, lecture. Show, introduce. Hi. Camden. Oh, self. Ken, Eve's house counter. Yaku, misfortune. Ken, sword. Haji, her lifespan. I think that's Kunyomi. No, that's not hot. It's Ju. Oh wait, I think it's still Kunyomi though. Oh no. Heck. Alright. Ju is Onyomi. Haji for shame. Kunyomi. Sugi for cedar. Ju, soup. So, miso. And flame. Uma, bear. Minada. No, Namida. Namida. Teardrop. Baku. Desert. Goku. Prison. Sweet. Drunk. Su. Yeah, soup vinegar. Nabe. Hot. Coal. Like. Do. Copper. You. Oil. Alright. That's a wrap for WaniKani today. You're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up WaniKani for yourself. Give it a try. Let me know what you think. You're always welcome to stop on by, yap a little, share some stories, anecdotes. Always welcome, right? Discussion between people encourages one to be attentive to one's own life and maybe make some room for compassion and mutual interest in other people's lives. Communication breeds problem solving, critical thinking skills, and help provide some motivation. Until next time, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I am gonna take a short break, walk around, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for Bunpro. Thank you, thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. 皆さんお帰りなさい。今日は5に Yes, 5日. This is day 5. I feel like that didn't come out quite right. 命日 5命日. It is day number 5. We have we have eclipse. That's interesting. Is it the new hour? Oh, it's 8 p.m. Oh, so when you click, it immediately updates. That's kind of nice. 5日目です. Right, 5日. Wrong direction. Alright, so when do we get the new thing? You think counters for days are pretty irregular? Yeah, but I use me. 日目 as opposed to the other way. There are two ways to count days. I just happened to have a brain fart when I was coming back. Alright, so, something really interesting happened. I actually, it looks like, I don't know who, but let's go back. Let's take a guess. Let's brainstorm a little bit here. So, oh no, that's the contact us. Yeah. Where is it? About us. So, I'm actually genuinely curious. I know this is a flashbang, but let's take a look. So I did get a response after I posted or not a response, but I got a comment, right? I got a comment from the Bunpro team. At least I think, because it's linked to their social media YouTube channel. At least I think. And it was on the first day, the day 1 thing, because I posted the day 1 thing, but obviously it's day 5 now. But I'm slowly it takes a while for me to catch up, largely because if I overextend in time, I don't usually separate the videos, right? Because I do like 4 now we're regularly doing 3 or 4 things a day. Anyways, someone is in charge of the Bunpro channel, and I like to think is the Bunpro team. It can be a little tough because YouTube channels, there are a lot of people using like @topics or having took license like names before the thing, but I like to believe it's the Bunpro team. So one of the Bunpro team members made a comment, and they said neat video, and they asked me if I were interested in any like the B points, right? Bunpro points to mess around and store. Obviously, that kind of it seems pretty interesting, but I prefer to earn the points, right? That's kind of the nice thing. Cosmetic things are typically a very great incentive. But I'm kind of curious who's in charge of the Bunpro team, like the Bunpro channel. The Bunpro channel itself, at least the one that is linked to the account, is very reflective of this type of product. It isn't like a social media, right, forward thing. Fairly few videos. I think I might have seen one of the videos before, but none of these particular people strike me as someone who would be in a position to manage the channel itself. So that's kind of interesting. I mean, it could be any of them, really, largely because I don't think they have a social media like person, right? Like or maybe we can glean it from the forums or something, like a community manager or something like that. But it was kind of lovely to see. It might be one of these peeps, and then it might be like a community manager from the forums. oftentimes I think of a position of community manager that deals with like social media outreach or keeping in touch with other social media. Honestly, I wasn't really expecting something like that so rapidly, so it makes me kind of it's kind of reassuring that they are, maybe whoever's at the Bunpro team has some sort of regular routine that overlaps with the appearance of their product. It's also like low-key a nice way to reaffirm that they might be comfortable with this type of thing, because not everyone is comfortable with using and displaying their product in a way like this format. Oftentimes I often concern myself with like, oh, how would they feel about this? It's usually for personal consumption type of thing, right? Kind of nice. It was a very pleasant surprise. A very quick turnaround, actually. I mean, I have no interactions with the WaniKani team, obviously, and no interactions with HanziHero, be it that there's really only 2 people. At least that's what it feels like. However, other things, much smaller things, I have interacted, had the brief chance of greeting, saying hi, sharing some, at least a thankful message, right? Because this stuff is a privilege. It's a privilege to have this stuff. You don't really need, like, obviously there are other ways and things you can do, but it's nice to have an opportunity to express gratefulness and having privileges like these. Anyways, that's what I wanted to talk about briefly. I wasn't expecting that. You got interested in the day counters and you found this list pretty interesting. Oh, the day counters? Yeah. I see. Oh, did it go over them? Do you mean like the actual numbers or the counters for the days? I feel like you might have tried to link it. Oh, for the record, YouTube has this weird thing. I don't see links, and I don't know where the function is for links. I think that's just a blanketed moderation thing for YouTube. So if you happen to like link something after, probably gonna have to DM me something if you're saying like this list and then you submitted a link or something afterwards. It's a form of clarity. All right. Well, you didn't copy with spaces. Oh, okay. I see. Let's see. Let's get into our 3 grammar things. Negative. We're going into negative already for Godan. Okay. Ooh, red lines. All right. Right. So basically, the way they're lining up is the so it's the row, right? Is what they would say. Row. I usually refer to it as a column, but the column, you convert them appropriately. The negative form of Aldan verbs are conjugated based on the same set of rules used for the other form of verbs conjugation, changing the last kana followed by the addition of something else. In the case of negation, the additional component would be nai or masen, right? Hang on. Right, we did the... Or no, we haven't.
彼女は川で泳がない。
Right? Because oyogu, oka.
彼女は川で泳ぎません。
And then masen are, you do the Yi. And then masen at the end. As can be seen here, the kana changes differ depending on whether nai or masen is being used. If nai will be used, the last kana will always change from the kana ending with an u sound, because we're talking about godans, to the kana ending with an a sound within the same role. Fairly on, there were quite a lot of people who mentioned this to me, and it was a very convenient way to visualize it based on, you know, your chart, right? Right, your chart, where this is the A row, right? So this would be the row that's going down. And I'm saying row because for some reason, this is what is classically referred to as a row. And I will probably interchangeably refer to this as a column, and these are rows. Okay. If masen would be used, the change would be from an u sound kana to the e sound kana. Right. The only exception to this rule are verbs that end in the kana u. Instead of changing to a, the a sound kana in the same row, the u will become wa when used with night. Oh, I haven't thought of it that way. Gotta love it when these things kind of click together. Now it just kind of makes sense. Yeah, because it would then be ah. Okay.
私はカラオケで歌を歌わない。
ない。Okay, so yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. And then instead it would just be what?
私はカラオケで歌を歌わない。
Yeah, 歌わない. Nice. Okay. Wow, although I do have to admit, it's not a deal breaker. Like, what I mean is it's incorrect conjugation, but when I hear it, like having just something extended, it's not a deal breaker, but I kind of understand for the read, I suppose. While the common translation of nai and masen is simply not, they actually have several possible nuances. Oh, these ones are the ones that get interesting. These nuances are, yeah, don't, won't, and can't, right? This was discussed earlier yesterday for masen, or just not in general. Let's see, right? I can't swim unintentionally, right? And then this one is today I won't drink because it's intentionally not. You're choosing not to drink, right? But nai and masen are auxiliary verbs. Masen is a conjugation of mas, right? Meaning that they have their own set of conjugation rules, right? Semi-polite form may, oh yeah, and then we got the nai des, right? Less stiff, in between. The nai attached to make the negative form of adjectives. The nai attached to make the negative form of adjectives is a different word, and therefore, oh yeah. This was also said in the previous one for ichidan verbs. All right. Oh, does it just read the three?
お金はない。お金はないです。お金はありません。
Oh, so nice. So nice. Hey. Alright. I'm more of a hearing forward kind of person now. I don't know if I was ever a reading forward person. Like, we're not talking about learning styles here, but more like how frequent. I'm like reflecting upon my frequency as learning after investing so much time into learning another language using visually, I feel like it makes me reflect upon how more frequent or dominant I rely on my hearing as opposed to seeing. In fact, these frames would suggest that my eyes are not that they're not as sturdy and robust as my hearing. Eyes get tired very quickly. Sometimes I often find myself closing my eyes and just listening to the content as opposed to like reading it. I mean, these days of long looking at screens and stuff makes my eye fatigue a lot. My voice goes second, then my ears. Actually, I don't even know if I get tired of ear things. Although if I'm placed in a really loud environment, that can be very taxing. All right. Cool. Oh, and we got a case marking. Right. Standard. I have to keep in mind standard. To is a particle that is often thought of as meaning "and" in English, which is usually how it can be translated. I like it. In a broader sense, to simply shows that there's a relationship of a compilation between one and the other. That relationship could be existing together, translate as "and," or performing action together with each other. In this case, we will focus on the "and" translation. A full description of to as with can be found here. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, okay. So we'll get it later. I was just curious if it takes me straight to it or not.
ピーナッツとビール
Peanuts. Oh man. Peanuts to beer. Peanuts, man. Okay.
彼女と食べる
Yeah, with. To is required after every noun that it is grouped with. However, the last to in a sentence will often be omitted if there are several. Yes. Yeah, in a series.
消しゴムとペンと鉛筆もある
It's interesting that they added another case marker. Or like I don't know what this is going to be called. But for now, tentatively case marker for also. I forgot what this was called. We'll get the semantics down at some point. In this example, we can see that the last noun in the group pencil, enpitsu, does not require the particle to. Although it is considered more correct to have it, in conversation, the last to will almost always be omitted. It's kind of... for example, this is a good example too, right here, where this comma, this is my common practice to put that comma, but usually even this comma disappears. It's kind of one of those things well, you kind of get the point. It's already initiated. Like the act of listing something or the act of compiling has already been initiated. So adding more additional things is not a big deal situation. Someone asked me about this too, and I add the comma when I'm writing, right? So like a video comment or something, I'm adding the when I'm colloquially texting, I don't. I save the it just right. No need for the comma. That's a very kind of a similar sentiment to to. Got ya, right? Used to connect things too. Ooh, N2. Oyobi and as well as. Oh, Oyobi already. Oh no. Mitsurete. Maybe. Maybe. some more related stuff. Uh-huh. Yeah, we did this. Yeah, so that's the last time. Ooh. I'm looking at their I like their notations. Like I use shorthand notations too. So I'm kind of looking at ideas for how they notate this. I did this in Duolingo. If you look at my reviews, you're doing your Bunpro grammar lessons at the moment too. Nice. Bunpro friends. Some might even say, James, we have become Bunpros. That kind of sounds a little weird, but I use this short-term notation as well. Even before we got into this stuff in Duolingo, when I was doing like the 100-day reviews and stuff, I used shorthand notations as well. You kind of get used to using notations like this if you're talking about stuff like prefixes, relations, prefix, suffix. Even booleans, using booleans, I tend to use that as well. Carrots, etc. for mind mapping situations. Koko, although not uncommon. Oh, although not common. Not uncommon. What am I doing? Yeah. Although not common. Alright, so we got the pronoun type, right? Koko. Koko is one of the forms of the kore family of, the kosoado. A kore family of words used to identify things close to the speaker. In this case, it demonstrates a place. In the same way that kore represents this, koko represents this place, or simply here, right?
ここのパンは美味しい。
このパンは美味しい。
先生、こことここが痛いです。
こことここ。Yeah. Yeah.
先生、こことここが痛いです。
Okay. Fun fact, the full family of words used for identification, demonstration, right, demonstratives and stuff, in Japanese are referred to as the kosoado, kosoado kotoba, right, the kosoado words. These include all the different forms of kore, sore, are, and dore. Caution, koko should not be confused with kochi, yeah. Right, kochi. Right. It's focused on like move to here, like come to here. There's a movement instead of the place involved. So when someone says kochi, as in like come here, move to this position. Kochi focus more on the direction that one is is going, where koko focuses purely on the stationary place. Yeah, こっちに来ますか? And then you're ここに来ますか? Right? Will you come to this place, like this place, or please come here, right? Will you come here to the situation? Although, I guess I added please. I tend to add please to everything. Whenever you're like asking a question, stuff or requests or something inferred, I tend to add please, even though like I don't know if it's kind of like inferred by the politeness, right, because you're using kimasu, but generally speaking, whenever I speak in English, I tend to use please. And in Chinese, I do qing all the time. Like everything is added. So when I'm asking a question, I'm burdening someone with a question or a request. So generally speaking, I tend to not necessarily, it would be considered a little bit overused in maybe in English, perhaps. However, in Chinese, and I would like to think by extension in Japanese, in public places, whenever I'm talking to someone else who is of not my familiar, I tend to, it's always the standard to be polite And in English, please is obviously one of the ways to go about it. And I use may, right? May all the time. Japanese has an extra flexibility of being able to say may, would, should, kind of, and on top of that, have a formal language for it. In my opinion, in English, there are like 2 or 3 keyword dictions that you can use to embellish and make your English sound more polite, like more welcoming or formal. And that's what I often try to elicit when someone says, oh yeah, you know, there's no English equivalent of like English literal equivalent of formal speak, right? Like sonkeigo, right? But for English, over my years, it's using diction to do it, since I usually refer to English as a descriptor language. So instead of using a specific conjugation or attached to the actual meaning, developing like a group or a pocket of keywords that make you sound more formal and professional, so to speak, may allow you to it ends up making you sound like a scientist and or a politician oftentimes. But these type forms of diction is not a common, in my opinion, not as a common practice in English, which kind of makes you think about the cultural normities that are involved in English. Perhaps using perhaps, may, things like possible, please, of course, please, suppose, right? To suppose something or to suggest, those are like the type of diction words that are made to convey formality, in my opinion. And saying things like in my opinion or presuming, right? Presuming things. Okay. Anyways, we got the kosoado stuff. Anyways, koko. Soko. There. If this sounds... I know there are some people out there who say, well, you don't have to read word for word. You kind of already know this. Like, why read all of this stuff? And my counter argument, conservatively, to those individuals is, when I choose to do something, I try to be as actively attentive as I can. I'm still skipping things, like, obviously, I didn't read this part. I pick up the ones that... So I'm still doing some time saving. However, for me, when I have time and I'm choosing to do something, I tend to participate as vigilant as I am able to. Largely because, and that involves reading out loud. You might be thinking, so what do you do when you're not streaming? I still read these things out loud. Like, I still do the routine that I have now. I legitimately do not stray away from being complacent. When I'm reading for pleasure, like, oh, I'm watching anime or I'm watching a rerun of a show I like, that's a different story. That's for pleasure. But generally speaking, when I'm studying and stuff, I am most definitely trying to make words matter. And that goes for your target language as well. Like, I'm pretty sure very popular, far more influential people like me, you know, like maybe like me, would share similar sentiments. When you're studying and stuff and you're learning something, you're trying to make everything important. You're trying to make every single word significant. You might not be able to achieve that every single day, day in and day out. The intent, and intent is usually not enough, but it can help with how well you retain things. But that's why I'm reading with like some enthusiasm. I'm like reading and commentating on what I know. And sometimes I stop, and if it elicits a thought, I present the thought and then read the rest. So it can feel very redundant when you're not me, when you're not the person doing this. If you're the person doing this, it can really enhance the encoding of your like deeper processing. It can elicit deeper processing when studying things and trying to learn things. Not necessarily needed. This is definitely not necessarily needed when you're trying to simply vibe, right? And chill out and relax. But for myself, I want to make it clear that it might feel like it's laborious and exhaustive, but that's how I learn things. I try to keep myself as attentive as possible and consistently thinking, despite reading something that I may or may not have known already. Right? I don't know any way of demonstrating that other than actually doing it. Right? Explaining this concept is, in my opinion, nowadays very foreign. It has become more and more foreign to younger people because it's often about efficiency, time, efficiency. And then if problems come up, they go back and do it again and then encounter the problem again. That kind of cycle is not for me. Like, other people are perfectly fine with that. Even the younger kiddos these days, the spring onions, they are able to do this routinely and still manage their like coping styles and rigorous things. I am not the biggest fan. I prefer to take my time and then not have to go back than consistently go back. Yeah. So soko is one of the forms of the sore, right? Sore family of words used to identify things close to the listener, not the speaker, right? In this case, it demonstrates a place. Just like sore represents that, sore represents that place or simply there.
そこの犬は危ないです。
What? How dare you? Sorry. I was just responding to that dog is dangerous. Yeah, from that place.
お前のそこが悪い。
What's up with this negativity? Okay. In the same way that sore can be used to point back to something that was mentioned previously, soko can be used to point back to a place that was mentioned previously, right? From that place, which functions more or less nowadays similarly in English. I can think of a few exceptions. Right.
そこは綺麗？
それは綺麗? Yeah. No, not それ. そこは綺麗. そこ should be confused. Should not be confused with そっち. Right. A similar word which also translates as there, but そっち once again. The chi is referring to the direction of motion. So we have そっちです versus そこに oh, okay. そこに置く. Alright, and then rest stay the same. So I guess we get the next one? Yeah, asoko. Alright. So asoko, like koko and soko, asoko is a word that is used to identify a place in Japanese. The place that asoko will be used to identify is somewhere that's separate from both the speaker and the listener. This translates roughly to that place over there in English. Asoko can be used to identify both physical locations and emotional ones. Was that mentioned for koko? Probably not. Interesting. This last statement is interesting.
あそこの店はいい。あそこは嫌だ。
Yeah, that. Okay. In the same way that are can be used to point back to something that was mentioned previously, asoko can be used to point back to a place that was mentioned previously. However, unlike sore and soko, are and asoko will only be used this way when both the speaker and listener have intimate knowledge of the topic. That makes sense? That does, no, that does make sense.
あそこも暑い。
Asoko mo atsui. The place over there is hot. That place mentioned earlier for a place that both the speaker and the listener have been. Asoko cannot, should not be confused with achi, right? A similar word, which is also sometimes translated as over there. Achi focuses more on direction. As per usual, no exception still. While asoko focuses purely on that place. Oh, I really like this part. I was unaware of this, so to speak. Intriguing. Alright. More info. Okay, so kosoado. And then we have doko. Oh, we don't even get to doko yet. Okay. That's fine. Okay. The standard speak, right? Wait. Isn't this just...
お金はない。お金はないです。お金はありません。
They chose an irregular to do as the first grammar practice. Yeah, aru's plain standard, right? Negative standard would be nai, or casual, right? Or plain, the plain form, nai.
魚とバナナ。
ここです。
そこがいい。
あそこがいい。
Man, the grammar ones are they're kind of very brief. 25 points. Is it always one per point? One exercise per one BP per thing. All right, let's do our 20 vocabulary words. These ones we can go a little bit quicker because I ran a little late today. We did a little 2-hour yap beforehand. Oh, kyo. Intriguing. So even small, yeah, okay. Yeah, this is a great example of how to get the fourth tone. Yo. Kyo, today, yeah, only applies to Konnichi. These days, recently, nowadays. How does that work? Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, right. That's... Oh, I just realized... Oh, okay. I'm like, wait a minute. What do you mean by only applies? I just realized this is konnichi. That's interesting. Didn't even click with me the first time. Alright. Yoru. Yoru. Only applies to dinner? Interesting. Only applies to yoru for kana. Have an example here. Interesting. We got heya. But stable. Abbreviation sumo. Oh. Okay. Icky. Staging posts on a highway in pre-modern Japan. Oh, there is a chance. Oh, no, wait. Is that still modern Japan, though? I don't think so. There is a chance we might actually see... Oh, I'm gonna actually play 2 games where we're probably gonna see an Eki. Counter for railway stations and bus stations. Yep. Gotta keep in mind of that counter. Yeah, home. It's an abbreviation for Pura, ne? Yeah, Purato home. Yep, platform. This was one of the first things that I was also told by random strangers as I was starting Duolingo. Homu is one of the earlier katakana words, and it's for dencha, right? For the train. And Purato home is the first. Like, did you know it's an abbreviation for that? E. Yep, tone 4. It's tone 4. E. It's not E. Or like what I mean is it sounds weirder when you do like E. So you're just like doing E. Just go E.
E.
Yeah, E. And then obviously if it was Heiban, it's E. Good, excellent, fine. Oh, so many things. Also written, yeah. Yep, we went over that. Oh, not this one though. Or this one yet. Sufficient, enough, ready. Yep. Profitable. Haven't used it that much in that way. And then okay, all right, fine. Yep. Such a versatile entry. That's an interesting way to look at it. Gene. Oh, because they're specifically talking about gene. Oh, okay. So here's something that's interesting. Bunpro separates all the reads into their separate entries and then try to qualify them, which is great. I think, you know, this does like double or triple the volume of entries, but at the same time, it's kind of lovely. It's definitely a different way to separate them. So they're specifically talking about gene, and gene is often used as like the Ian or the it or the like the person, like a characteristic of the person that is attached to. So more like a suffix, right? So they have a separate entry for hito being used as gene. And that's what you kind of learn over time. Like when you see, I know WaniKani groups them all together. However, after a while, when you hear the sounds, when you read and you hear the sounds and you're looking at the read, it becomes fairly obvious that gene tends to line up with these things. So it's a nice way to collectively say, oh yeah, well you could have, at least I like to think that people would figure that out. But nowadays, I would say less likely that these patterns will come out. I still feel like when I talk to some people who kept they do refer to these things like, oh man, it's kind of like random guessing, like there's no way you can, like, well, have you categorized how often this sound comes up in very specific order? So over time in like WaniKani and Duolingo, after I was looking at the reads, like, oh, okay, well, it's kind of a 50-50, but now it's more like a 70-30. Like, over time, you kind of just know, well, it has to come after. However, it is nice to also view it in this way. This way makes it even augments my suspicions about Jean, right? So it's the erring purse. And it's often coming after. And then after, are there exceptions? I'm trying to think of an exception right away. Unfortunately, I can't on the top of my head. It's so much more frequently that it's at a suffix. So nice. You gotta love it. And then now we have hito, right? Hito as the standalone human being, Homo sapien. Yeah, other people. I can think of where that is. Character, personality, nature. Fair enough. A capable person. Okay. Adult, grown up. I can see that as a default for hito. And then use when rebuking or criticizing someone. Interesting. Very interesting. And then we have the nin. Yep. Serves as a counter for people. This honestly has more too, but I don't know if they're gonna I don't know if it's an appropriate thing. Nin also has like, I guess, what should I say? I can kind of see what they're doing here. You can kind of rope into every time nin shows up as a jukugo. The nin is inferring like a number of people as well, like types of, like the number of types of people, situation, and then the right hand, the character is already explaining the type, so then they're just using nin, right? Well, it'll be interesting to think of it this way. I need to reflect on this. Right now, it'll probably use literal counter, right? Yeah, so all their examples are the literal counter. However, nin can also somewhat be... You can kind of group nin into something else too. Kino. Yeah, kino. Alright. Good to go. Testo. Yeah, testo. Rehearsal? Intriguing. Rehearsal. I'm spending more time focusing on all the extra stuff. Hanoshi. Enjoyable, fun, pleasant, delightful. Samui. Samui. Uninteresting, lame, dull, weak, and corny. Intriguing. Yeah, the indirect feeling of low temperature. E.g. weather. Nice clarification there. Right. As opposed to the touch. Cold to the touch. Tsumetai. Right. Tsumetai. Takai. Expensive, high price, high level above average. Loud. High pitched? Oh, I'm not sure about high pitched. That's new. Okay. Kanojo. Oh no, not kanojo. Onnanoko. Onnanoko. Right. Yep, those are fine. Darter. Interesting. Oh, I can kind of see with context. Yep. 面白い。面白い。let's see. Interesting, amusing, funny, right? Enjoyable, fun, good, satisfactory, favorable, desirable, encouraging. Yeah, this is one of the earlier ones too. 面白い is also one of the early conversation topics. We're like, oh, did you know Duolingo wrote it as interesting. However, others would come by and say things like, oh, it also means like funny and comical. And there was this big some people have a detachment between what's funny and what's interesting. And by coincidence, my upbringing, what's funny, fascinating, intriguing, and enthralling is also amusing, funny, and comical. It needs context. So nowadays, though, it's a little bit... English honestly captures 面白い more so than it has before, because of the overuse of the word interesting. So now interesting has kind of taken on this life. It's also taken on even more than that in English. Like, interesting is also like dubious, suspect, questionable, because interesting took on many quote unquote tones. So interesting, I feel like 面白い also takes on tone, like slight contextual tones in anime, right? Like, or movies and whatnot, where contextually this has to define contextual, but the way they say it has a little bit of tonation, slight pitchy different ways to make this more interesting, in the lack of a better word. And in English, interesting has taken on like 4 or 5 different tones. Like, interesting. Huh. Interesting. Oh, that's interesting. Right? So interesting takes on at least 4 or 5 different tones. And it means pretty much all these things, honestly. Like, oh, that's interesting. 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 Right? So pretty much it's a great example where, in my opinion, personally, if we were gonna talk about different tones and pitch accent, right, or using the difference of stress accent and then varying moda, interesting is definitely one of those. Not to say that everyone does it intentionally. I think they do it intuitively. Like in English, since stress accents is not mandatory for function, like it's not taught as function or a mechanic of English, most of the time interesting things like this becomes more of an intuitive thing. So whenever someone says interesting, sometimes it's the same thing. They say it with the same intonation and stress accent over and over again. That becomes a lot more ambiguous. So you would need the context of the sentence in English to know what interesting do they mean. Like, interesting as in it's good, interesting as in you're curious or you're questionable about what I said, interesting like you think you're going to take some time to think about it. Yeah, it happens a lot. I switch it up. I use fascinating, intriguing, enthralling. I use all these other words to kind of promote some distinction. So when I say something is interesting, it's all of the above, and then I elaborate on it. Like, I'm very fascinated with this particular topic. Although I do find that is more amusing than it is intriguing. I know it sounds like I'm saying 面白い, 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 面白い over and over again. You just noticed in the related tab in grammar, it actually describes the differences in nuance with the similar points. That's awesome. Wait. It does? Oh no. I should look back. It does? I should take a closer look next time, like tomorrow. That's awesome. If it does, that gives me I need to then spend some more time reading some of those. Very neat. Game, right? Game. Makes sense. Games. Wait, it's short for kon. Oh, computer. A computer game. I thought it might have stand for video. No. Wait. Video. I don't actually know. Is it video? Oh, hold on. What is the video? Yeah. Video game. Interesting. They use the entry for computer game. Neat. Okay. Right. Chikai. Chikai, close, distance, right? Are we gonna get the other close too? Near, close, short distance, close in time, right? Relationship. Oh, interesting. Okay, closely related. Similar, almost the same. Close to, nearly. So I'm looking for the relation. Oh yeah, there's one.
距離が近いので少し離れてください。
That's still distance. Ah, here it is.
両親が死んでしまい、近い親戚がいなくなってしまった。
I see. Oh, intriguing.
仕事柄、一日中パソコンで目を酷使しているため、目が近くなってしまった。
Some of these examples are great. I didn't even think about it like that. Nearsighted. Too, right? Like, write it like that. Or to say it like that. I would probably just use nearsight. Like, someone's nearsighted. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Large, right? Loud, extensive, important, decisive. Right? Right. That's a bit of a pivot. And older and grown up. Right? Ane. Enough said. Alright, off to our vocabulary.
今日は木曜日です。
Is it Monday? Actually, today, coincidentally for me, happens to be Monday. It happens to be that.
夜に勉強をする。
夜に勉強する. I mean, happen to be doing that too.
この部屋は綺麗だ。
I wouldn't consider my room all that beautiful or pretty, or it's clean though, but they used kire in kanji as opposed to kana.
この駅は新しいです。
電車のホームで友達と会う。
父と母の 母の仲はいいです。
父と母の仲はいいです。
Oh, nice. They used it in like a different manner, like a more nuanced manner than the usual there. 私はアメリカね? Oh, that's how you do Gene.
私はアメリカ人だ。
It's kind of interesting to say 私はアメリカ人だ when oftentimes the time when I would say I'm American would be usually as a form of introduction or icebreaker. So nearly all of my time would be saying アメリカ人です as opposed to だ. And it was interesting to hear it.
彼はとても優しい人です。
It's a very nice person. Yeah. Counter.
私のクラスには20人の生徒がいる。
昨日は水曜日だった。
What? How'd you go from today is Monday? I'm kidding.
今日は算数のテストがあります。
算数。算数 math。算数のテストがあります。
人生が楽しい。
人生がいい。
今日は寒いです。
It's sort of cold today.
教育のレベルが高い。
レベルが高い。あ、
その赤ちゃんは女の子なの？
赤ちゃん。この映画はとても面白い。Oops.
この映画はとても面白いです。
このゲームは面白いです。
駅と家が近い。
この家はとても big
この家はとても大きい。
大きい。姉の名前はね What? Keiko. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That is one way you can say Keiko. Oh, is that what Keiko? I'm not very good at reading names. So, like, names represented as kanji as opposed to like kana or katakana, right? So I think it's really cool though. I think it's a lot of fun to pick a name and then assign kanji or hanzi to them to give them like a different meaning, like the meaning of the characters come together as opposed to eliciting simply the sound, although it is determining it. So alternatively, you can introduce yourself, right? And then when you're introducing yourself, that sound could elicit a different name. Like for example, in English it's not quite as frequent, but like maybe someone's name is Rocket or something, right? And then you're thinking Rocket, oh hey, that's a pretty cool name or like pretty interesting name. I know that's like a pet name, but the idea is oftentimes pet names elicit the similar thing that I feel when I think about Japanese names being represented in kanji. So when you give yourself a nickname, oftentimes the nicknames elicit the sound and the word that it means. Oftentimes you won't know how to read or write someone's name in kanji unless they tell you. Exactly. Pretty much. And to me, it's hard to native speakers. No, yeah, but to me, that's the fun part. Like, what I'm trying to illustrate here is it's actually fun to have other people. And then when they write in kanji, it's also fun to see what their intent was behind the name. So for example, when someone says maku, like what does maku mean? Like what do you think it means? I already got Mack truck, McDonald's, mac and cheese. Someone said it reminds them of sushi. And then, you know, whenever someone says like, oh, where did it actually come from? It came from makunochi. And makunochi is like the closest object that involves makunochi is the bento. But I actually haven't ever seen how people wrote ippo makunochi in kanji. So it's all of the above, basically. All of the above. The fun part is that very reason. It would be kind of fun to, English is a little bit more descriptive, but it would be fun to have a name, like someone comes by and you have a name that has a double meaning. It's like, huh, you're saying your name is Guile. Are you going with like Guile, no attachments? Oh, Guile? I'm just kidding. Guile is an inside joke about Guile from Street Fighter. There's, I can't tell you how many times when I was a child, when, you know, Street Fighter came out and English speakers, they'd be like, who the heck is Guile? Like, what kind of American name is Guile? I'm like, it's Guile. As in like the word guile. But then it stuck. Like the internet, like the new generation of people who like now play Street Fighter and whatnot, all the older people would occasionally throw in a Guile just for fun. Or like Bison, for example, like M Bison. Bison would be like, did they really went with like the whole tough animal thing when they said bison? Or is it like bison? Like two sons? That kind of thing is really cool. And I think Japanese and Chinese names are pretty awesome too in that way. I thought about, oh, this is a ritual, by the way. I don't know, James, if you look at like communities of language learners and whatnot, but it is a ritual when you, at least in the United States, it's also a ritual where you decide on a name when you enter like a class, right? Or when you decide on a alias when you're engaging into another language. And that's obviously I chose Maku as well before even considering retroactively or with forethought what it can mean. And the wonderful thing about having people think about what your name could mean, I collected all of them. Like oftentimes when someone asks me what my name means, I'm first curious, what do they think the name means and what it sounds like. And I got so many different ones. Like I will give nicknames that wouldn't even give my first name away. Like I was referred to Gus back in the day. Yeah, someone referred to me as Gus, which that doesn't give you any hints. I can tell you it's not Gustav. My name is not Gustav. Yeah, Maku for curtain. Yeah, recently I just learned that the vocabulary Maku for curtain. I'm like, oh, well that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Good. Like I could use that. Yeah. Mac is what I get a lot of times. Mac is M-A-C, Mac. I don't know what this would stand for. And you might be thinking, that doesn't relate to Japanese. Actually, if it was this, right? If it was this, it would be very close to muck, right? It would be muck. But then the gives it away that it's Americana. But it's not too far, like, because you don't know if it's maku or muck, right? Muck, maku, muck. Pretty cool. Oh, right, that was our last one. Hooray! The celebration. We got 60 points for how many? 20 items? Oh, okay, so you get 2 points per vocabulary. You get 1 point per grammar lesson so far. And then now I'm guessing review is like 2 points each. Maku to narudo. Narudo. Man, you use James as a handle. Whenever I think about James, I think of like John Smith. Whenever you know, in anime or manga, they need a placeholder like of someone's name, but they want the character to make a reference to Western, like Americana and British things. It's just a John Smith. James Smith. Or wait, how do they say James Bond? Do they just go James Bondo? Bondo? Hang on. Let's put it in James Bond. James Bondo. Yep. James Bondo. How did the bonding go? James Bond, right? It's like James Bondo. Bondo. Oh, there's also 007. I wonder if they say the 007 in Japanese. Like zero, 007. 007. Really, really fun things to think about. How can you not have fun? Alright, let's do our grammar reviews here. Article confirming.
Samui ne.
Okay, particle confirming. Okay, particle confirming. Alright, away from parties. Okay. Wait, but we're doing like... Wait, away from parties, but the thing, right?
あれは電車です。
Right, because we're talking about the train. これもあなたの本ですね。あ、本ですか？
これもあなたの本ですか？
Interrogative. Gotta keep that in mind. And then now we're standard means just this, right?
寝る。
Okay. And then 寝ります。Near, okay. And then we're talking about an object.
それも本です。
それも本です。私はpolite. Okay. Wait, polite? Okay.
座る、座ります。
Okay. 3. Subjective? Three subjective. Ichinichi. Yeah, and then it has like free as in free time. Oh, wait, did I? Oh, right. No adjective. We need to include
暇な一日。
Oh, they were telling me what it is. Oh, they were. Oh, that's. I thought it had to be different from this. Okay. That makes sense. They're trying to do the na thing. The na thing. They were choosing a na adjective or a na related thing. I see. The subjective is not the same subjective that I was thinking of. Okay. Okay. Oh, I see. So then it's like with the curly. So like this. Oh wait.
これは楽しいです。
Okay. It's interesting that they omitted like oh, because the ending can change actually. Yeah, the ending actually can change from the E perspective. Okay. Standard?
学生が
And okay.
これも寿司です。
Como
服も古い。
古い. Why is that so? Oh wait. Oh, is it like saying it's referring to that?
それがいいです。
Okay. All right. Terebi o ne? Don't watch. Okay. Semi-polite. Okay. Semi-polite but negative?
テレビを見ない。 テレビを見ないです。
Right. Miru
テレ
is
ビを見ません。
Miru is ichidan. Right. Minai desu. Okay. Subjective.
これもいい本です。
Okay, I'm not entirely sure if I'm understanding what subjective means. Hold on. Okay, so that other one was Imana. And then this is Okay. Emphatic particle, right?
野球は楽しいよ。
야큐 wa tanoshii yo. What was the alternative? Oh, desu yo. Right. It didn't specify whether the register, what the register was. So there's alternatives if they don't specify what the register is. Okay.
友達です。
Object marker. Okay.
何を食べますか？
何を食べますか？ Kaban topic.
カバンは汚い。
Dirty.
先生の傘です。
Alright. Okay. So it looks like I'm still a little sketchy on the trigger where it's subjective. That's a little trick, like I'm still a little, and then the notation, the parenthetical notation at the end, I'm kind of misreading it here and there. I want to pay attention to it a little bit more. It's presenting a really interesting like way of looking at how to like do grammatical exercises in like this format. Usually grammatical, I'm more like acclimated to demonstrating it using like several sentences next to each other, which is what they do for the lessons. But when you're trying to like test your thing, oftentimes since they're trying to go away, oh wait, I think that's actually a feature where instead of we're using fill-in right now, but there is also like, or not fill-in, but we're using manual input, but there is a fill-in choice too, where there's a chance it's kind of like multiple choice or like a word bank or something. That's the like the standard back in the day. That's the standardized way of demonstrating like grammatical things. Or you do like I went from like one extreme to the other extreme, which is you do like this type of thing, and then you would have A, B, C, D, and it would do the different permutations of it. And then it went to the other extreme, which is to diagram the whole thing. To diagram the whole thing or correct the grammatical mistake. That's what I'm more used to right now. If I, upon reflection in my own memory of how English worked, usually often it dealt, like the heavier ones dealt with like they gave you something very subtly not correct, like maybe it's a usage note or something like that, and you had to diagram it and then demonstrate through diagram that the grammar is incorrect, like literally do like a mathematical proof to understanding the grammar, the grammatical point. But in the very beginning, it's usually doing this, where they show you a bunch of permutations of the sentence, and you select the best one, the best out of the choices. So it's really interesting how they're doing it, where for the manual input, they're giving you like, they're trying to give you enough indicators and jargon so that you can get to it. So I'm still getting used to that. It takes me a while. I'm like, I want to say that the more you know, the more technical you become, the easier these things are, but it really isn't, honestly. Like, I mean, I don't know how other people can relate to me, but when one becomes more and more technical with something, it, in my opinion, gets harder and harder to be like this. Like, there's so many more things going on in my head than, and it's good, in my opinion. It's a great exercise to understand, like, I just realized that I have way more thoughts than before, which is how I prefer it. So whenever, if someone is saying like, oh, it's obviously this answer, it can only be this answer, and my first thought is, that is the difference, right? That's what happens in difference. And you often lead to the symptom of overthinking, right? Overanalyzing and that stuff. It does come with knowing more than you're supposed to. I clearly remember this story. I shared this story before, where in graduate school, right, I had a professor that awarded like a quarter of the exam points to a prompt. And that prompt was an open-ended question, right? Most questions are open-ended. And he specifically rewarded the 25 points by including what was mentioned in class. So only in class. And unfortunately, I'm a stupid head, quote unquote, a stupid head. This is my first lesson to beyond the scope. So this is what happens. And I'm not apologetic about this. I often consider a lot of things that may often be beyond the scope. So quote unquote, overcomplicating things, right? One tend to overcomplicate things when there are a lot of unknowns and a lot of things to consider. So I'm perfectly acceptable of this because I lost all 25 points because my response was beyond the scope of what was in class to the open-ended question. So technically, I didn't demonstrate understanding and comprehension of what was in class. I brought something in that was beyond the scope of it. And that was one of my earlier lessons in graduate school. I'm like, oh, okay. And there was another classmate of mine who literally wrote the exam, like made a funny example of what was in class. Like he wrote like one sentence and he got all the credit. Like he got all 25 points and he wrote like 2 sentences. Meanwhile, I wrote like 5 paragraphs of some miscellaneous but tangential relations to what was in said in class. 0 points. I think that's kind of where I'm at right now, where it's interesting and very humbling to know that you can think of certain things and it can be very easy, it can be very hard, and it doesn't necessarily reflect sometimes how well you know something or how competent you know something. I'm not sure how often this is a cathartic feeling, like some people can manage this, but generally speaking, when you're like in different stages of your education, right, and your specialization, and then you go back and do something that requires very restrictive thinking, or maybe the semantics change, it is crazy humbling and sobering. And here's my hot take. This is my punchline. That's what it's like to learn another target language. When you learn another language, the first thing you get tested on, in my opinion, is how well you handle simplifying and thinking resourcefully and creatively again. And for myself, language is really capturing the spirit of starting a new experiment. Every time I start a new a new thing, it's like a new experiment all over again. I get to read, I get to pay attention to, oh, so this is how Bunpro does things. Oh, that's what they mean by subjective. My subjective today, I missed the mark. both times. I still am quite slightly unsure what they mean when they wrote subjective in that blank. like I was thinking the subjective, as in like the convention of subjective, not possibly subjective as in like a feeling of subjectivity, or like it's not quite clear what it is at the moment, and it can fulfill both of them, so it's pretty neat. That's what I was thinking just now. So I got 100 points for 20. Oh, so you get 5 for each review. All right, let's do vocabulary. Let's see how many points we get for vocabulary. Okay. Oh, no read. Sensei. Sensei. Kuroban? Oh, no. Shiro? No. Kuro? Kokuban no ji? Kokuban no ji o noto ni ne? Memo shinasai. Memo is like memo, right? Memo shinasai. Could be like note. Hang on. This is just note, memo. Oh, and memo. Memo and memorandum. Okay. Okay. Ashita no yoru ne? No. Night? Ban?
デートに誘う。明日の晩に一緒にご飯を食べませんか？
お金をください。
There's a special nuance to okane, hence there's no alternative without the honorific in this particular phrase, which is interesting.
独り言。明日までにこの課題をやらなくちゃ。
Yoranakucha. Interesting.
妻。今日はとても忙しかったの。夫。お疲れ様。
お疲れ様。It's like, okay, good work.
同僚を誘う。金曜日なので一緒にバーへ行きましょう。
I feel like in English I say that pretty much like 90% of the time. Someone would tell me like how much their day sucked, but they're getting through it, and then and then I would ask a couple of questions like, oh, so how do you feel? Like, is it great? Like, it must be nice to finally get some experience under your belt and whatnot. But really all that translates to is otsukare-sama. And I'm not laughing in a way that I'm not saying that their concerns and stuff are trivial. It's more like sometimes when you say otsukare-sama, you're saying thank you for telling me, in my opinion, thank you for telling me that your day was very hard, but you managed to do it. Good job. Like, you know, it's great. Like, you've worked really hard, you worked yourself to the bone. All you really needed was to talk to someone, right? Talk to someone and have someone acknowledge good work. So I often, whenever I hear otsukare-sama, that's kind of an embodiment of it. I mean, obviously I don't live in Japan, but generally speaking, that's kind of as much as you get from in a Chinese household. It's like, oh, okay, otsukare-sama. There's no like, it's deeper than simply a phrase. Oftentimes, like good work, translates so interestingly. In sometimes when someone spills their beans and whatnot, spills the tea, and at least in maybe Western society or in the United States, it can be a hit or miss, because if they expound upon something and you just say good work, it's not descriptive enough contextually to demonstrate that you care about what they said. You simply was short with them, as in good work is not sufficient. However, I don't necessarily think that translates to the social norm in Japanese or even in Chinese. Otsukare-sama has quite a lot of nuances in the sense that it's not either better or worse situation, but more like there's such a cultural baggage, like there's such a cultural usage for it, which I feel like I can resonate with, despite speaking English most of the time.
僕のお気に入りの公園はその遊具がたくさんあるところです。
その遊具。Oh, toy.
お父さんが子供に、海で泳ぐのは危険だよ。
危険だよ。I don't know how to say shark yet. Kidding.
冷蔵庫から冷たい水を取ってください。
Favorite. Like, let's use the slightly less strong version.
好きな人と遊園地や水族館に
Oh
行き
yeah,
たい
that's right.
です。
Skina. That's right. I didn't even take into consideration Skina, the knot, the hanging knot. I like how subtle it is. Like, oh, let's just try using a less strong version of that. Could we do that, please? Tomodachi ni, I have no idea what that is. Tomodachi ni usoをつくことは決してあり。There are... Okay, I need a little help here. Oh. Oh. Interesting.
「俳優の独り言」「もっと有名になりたい」
もっと有名になりたい。Don't we all? I'm kidding. Fame is...
わからないことを質問することはとても良いことです。
良いこと you say. 良いことですね。ここから近いコンビニはどこですか？
ここから近いコンビニはどこですか？
Oh, it went back down. So, ここから近いコンビニはどこですか？ Okay.
あなたは何のケーキが好きですか？
Oh, gotta check my read on this.
父が息子に、どのデザインのカレンダーが欲しいの？
Interesting. Interesting question. Oops.
そのアパートは結構広いですが、家賃は低いです。
Yachin. Oh, hey, Yachin. Yachin wa hikui desu. Special read? Yachin. Rent. Or house rent, specifically.
君は今までにハンバーガーを何個食べたことがある？
何べこ食べたことがある。Oh, there's Kimi. Special note in the future for Kimi. 彼女は日本
彼女は日本人じゃな、
日本人じゃないい
韓国人だ。
韓国人だ。Wow, you didn't pause at all there. このホテルは新しいのでとても綺麗だ。
このホテルは新しいのでとても綺麗だ。
新しいので It's kind of higher. I'm a little off adding the node and like the demo situation here. Am I osaraing this or just sara?
そのお皿が欲しい。
How doing well? I don't. How doing well, Sensei? Sensei, 皆さん。Oh.
先生、皆さん元気ですか？生徒たち。
はい。
はい、元気です。
Yeah, okay.
開発者。このペンはとても書き心地が良いだろう。
書き心地。書き心地。Interesting. Huh. For the vocabulary, they pick like occasionally they pick examples that are slightly beyond what I like know word for word.
私は車が欲しいです。
Pretty cool. Teasers. This reminds me of my interaction with HanziHero, where whenever you read the example sentences, sometimes it alludes to new things, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, you kind of still understand the gist of the sentence, but it's kind of neat. It's unintentionally graded, but like obviously they're not grading this intentionally based on what I know or what I don't know in vocabulary, since we didn't sync this, unless they are really doing that. That'd be kind of impressive considering its various levels. They do have the example sentences graded from N5 to like at the top N2, so they can technically dynamically do this if they wanted to. However restrictive it is, the number of, there's like at least 2 examples of each. Obviously not meant to be comprehensive, right? Oh wait, same. Whoops. Onaji. Haru wa aki to onaji you ni heck sugosha. Oh man. 過ごしやすい。 Yeah, sai. Sorry, not sui. Oh yeah, sui. Yeah, sui. Interesting. To get by. Oh yeah, that. I mean, yeah. I was just like passing, but interesting. Okay.
僕は警官の仕事中に危険なことをたくさんしました。
Hmm. I didn't think. Oh yeah, yeah. This is also interesting. I'm curious what their entry for taksan is in the future. It always looks weird, but because of its position, it's got to be taksan. Instead of like a feature, like a mountain feature or like a geographic feature. Every time I look at taksan in kanji, I think of a location, but because of where it is in the relative perspective of like a sentence or a statement, like, yeah, that's kind of weird. So then I immediately snap to taksan. Despite the left can be read as taku, and then the right can be read as san for a jukugo, right?
俺はライオンよりチーターの方が可愛いと思う。
Cheetah. Oh, okay, it is a cheetah. I can never be sure about these things.
タグ。この服を水洗いしてはいけない。
この電車の名前は何ですか？
な、落語。落語が、落語。normal。なんでしょう。落語。Oh, interesting. Not prepared. Not prepared. 卓語がない人は、so not prepared. The rest is fine. Like very much. There we go.
あなたが大好きな食べ物は何ですか？
Okay.
毎日朝の6時に起きます。
That's interesting. 毎日朝 instead of 毎朝。
天気予報士。暑い日は熱中症に気をつけてください。
Yeah. Yeah.
新鮮な寿司を食べに北海道へ行く。
Imagine having fresh sushi in Hokkaido. That sounds delightful, considering how like cold the climate is.
友達に忠告をする。彼と関わらない方がいいよ。
Wait. 関わらないこと。Oh no, 方がいいよ。
その帽子かわいいね。
鑑定士。それはあなたの先祖のものですか？
Senzo, descendant? Or ancestor? I mean, not descendant. The other way. The other direction. Oops.
俺の家にはスポーツを仕事にしている人がたくさんいる。
Taxon again.
家族と一緒に新しい年を迎える。
Welcome to New Year. That's an interesting way to say New Year. Like using it. Oops. I didn't finish typing. Ah!
同僚。彼女は君の上司でしょ？
上司。
客が店員に本当にこのエアコンの性能がいいのですか？
性能。はい。いいのでですか？あ、いいのですか？ Able to live without? Oh no, it's performance. Good performance. Say no. Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
この遊園地は月曜日より水曜日の方が空いています。
職員室へ先生に質問をしに行く。
職員室。Oh. Fair enough. 職員室、先生に質問をしに行く。
職員室へ先生に質問をしに行く。
この洋服ね。洋服はこの洋服は古くてもうOh no, that's 生地。もう生地がダメになっている。It's just won't, the material is already, it just won't do. Yeah, it's already at its end. Okay. Okay.
店員、これは性能がいい掃除機です。
Wait, I don't know which one this is. Oh, yeah.
クッキーを作ることは大変じゃなかった。
難しい。I don't know. We'll see. Future.
母が子供に、ここのトイレは汚いから他へ行きましょう。
Sorry. Talk about dirty toilets.
このカメラはいくらしますか？
That was a little bit immature of me. My bad.
私の名前はスミスです。
Oh, there's Sumisu. Speaking of Sumisu.
父が義理の父を誘う。一緒にパンを買いに行きませんか？
お母さんと映画を見るのは今日の午後にします。
夫が妻に、君が必要だ。離婚しないでください。
離婚しないでください。Dang. I got a little heavy just now.
家の玄関の掃除を毎週しているのは夫だ。
新入社員、木下さんって誰ですか？
木下さん。What? なんて。木下。That like, is that supposed to be... Oh. Interesting. That's an interesting name.
先生が生徒に、うちにたどり着くまでが遠足ですよ。
どこですよ。どこか。Oh no. Standard, polite, gender neutral. Wait.
生徒が先生に、どこが私の席ですか？
What was standard? Okay, standard is not exactly... Standard has more than one thing going on.
今日はお風呂の掃除をしなくてはいけない。
僕のメンタルは大丈夫じゃない。ボロボロだ。
ボロボロだ。メンタル。Mental, like mental health? Oh, dang. All I got was my mental was not okay. Okay, mental health. Oops. Oh no. How do you... Oh no. Oh.
教室で、あなたの椅子はどれ？
What?
これはあなたの母の時計ですか？
I added too many things there.
僕はレストランでバイトをしたことがあります。
There's バイトをして、バイトをしたことが。バイト、part-time job.
あなたは恵子さんの兄ですか？
Now they wrote Keiko using katakana. Standard, polite, predominantly among peers.
写真を見ながら、妻。あなたはどれ？全くわからない。
わからない。
この手紙は宝物だ。
Oh yeah, 宝物。Aw, that's cute. Sorry.
田舎より都市の方が便利です。
This is a farm shack. Inaka, what did they translate? Countryside, okay. Interesting.
あれは猫の赤ちゃんじゃない、チーターの赤ちゃんだ。
Okay. Ah, 今日泊まる。今日は泊まるホテルはここです。Oh, is this stay? Okay.
ママ友、あなたの娘さんは学生だよね。
まだ火曜日だけど、もう疲れています。
疲れて。
あなたは犬種の中で何が一番好きですか？
Oh. Oh no. Which cold are we talking about? Oh wait. Kun wa Oh, different cold. Oh, hold on. Different cold. 風邪。
咳をしている友達に、君は風邪でしょう。
君は風邪でしょう。The cough gives it away, the seki. And then, I guess, technically, you can get it from this too. Initial. It wouldn't make... Can you fit that in? No. Because kimi wa, like... Well... Could be like... Oh... that's questionable. Gloomy? What the gloomy? Ichi, どうして え 青してるの今いじめられたからgloomy like
父、どうして暗い顔をしているの？
okay
息子、いじめられたから。
弟は牛乳が大好きだ。
Oh, heck. Send help. Oh no. It was like, oh no. I know. No está estudiante. Aquí. There's something. Our student. Oh no. Hold on. I really should group these in my head now. Help. No, wait. Seto. What? Oh no.
あなたは生徒ですか？それとも先生ですか？
No está estudiante. You know? Right. The following of life. Rainy of life. Seto.
この傘は誰のですか？
質問をする。何か丸いものを持っていますか？
おばあちゃんが本をたくさん読んだ方がいいと言った。
天気予報士が明日は雨が降ると言っていた。
God, this one takes me a bit. Okay.
彼氏が彼女に、君はファンタジーやコメディの映画が好きだろう。
あなたはミカのお父さんですか？
By coincidence, I know Amika. What is that? We got 60, so we got what, 80? Oh, it's 3 points each. Nice. All right. Climbing the charts. I guess we can stick to daily. Daily view count. Just... Alright. You know, I still like what I did yesterday. We can make some room, right? 2 hours, that'll bring me up to midnight. We can do this thing. I kind of dig this. So we're gonna do this again. I have some weak spots for sure. Let's do this again. Ah! Don't worry, it's like losing frames because how they did this was they stacked all the things on top of each other. So when the like stack starts to lower up, it becomes faster. Oh no. Oh no. Wait. I can't compute. I can't compute. I really can't compute this. Ew. Oh. Oh no. Oh no, I can't.
みゃと
Oops. Just kidding.
それげしゅ
Oh no.
じょめちょきゅ
Oops.
た
Ah! Ah! Hold up.
ぬ
I don't want to talk about it.
ねへき
Oops.
しゃぎゅじゅどじょなにずめてごしょぞら しゅるへむじゅひもまびゅきたけこよび
Wait. Oh.
びゅねくやすぽじょつしむえ
Oops.
びょぽぴょげせじゅりょきゅかひょぎょちゃりゅくりお
Oops.
ざきょりゅふひきゃぎひゅせちなひゃにぺみょぶいぴびぐやぱぎゃ
Yeah, makes me laugh. Every time.
の
Oops.
みのきょみゅわりゃみゃくだちぬそで
Oh, we're getting our frames back. Oops.
じどぶ
Alright, the frames are catching up.
う
Oops. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. How does this work again? Oh no. Ay. Ay ay ay.
ず
Okay.
ぎはゆまびょろうてり
Oops.
しょ
I don't want to talk about it.
る
Ah,
き
I
ゃ
misread that.
ひょ
Oh no.
じゅ
Man.
ぜりゅじゃにゅよでみばぎょあつ
Oops.
ざとぜお でしくもさば
Heck. Heck.
じゃみょきゃはしゃほけほ
Oh man. Ah.
じゆ
Oh, whoops.
さろあすんびゅやえぴょわびゃ
Oops.
ぼ
Oh no, not again. Hold up. Oh no.
じゅみゅ
Whoops.
いにゅが
Oh no.
じょりゃぞ だ
Oh no. Ooh.
じゃやちょお
Number 48. All right. Dang. That was fun. I can definitely tell from that which ones are common and which ones are uncommon. Any combination of like jia, right? Like jia, jiu, and then there's also jia, jiu. All of those are like, oh, yee. You don't have a lot of jia, jia, jiu, jie, ju, and then there's like di, like, and then there's ji, jia, jiu, ju. All of those are like, I don't know, brain fart. Which makes sense because they are very uncommon. They're incredibly uncommon. Alright. There's just so many things. Like later on we could do like reading practices and stuff. Probably in the second half of the year when WaniKani kind of goes into maintenance mode, kind of like Duolingo is in maintenance mode. Was it a bad idea to also review WaniKani vocab within Bunpro? Yeah, see, this is the type of question that I was ready to answer most of the time, which is pretty much what is inferred. It's like, well, so where are you gonna start? It's like, both. I'll just do both. I pick up things here and there. So yeah, very classic question. This is the classical compartmentalization question. Like oftentimes, whenever someone thinks of efficiency, they think about compartmentalization, right? Oh, is WaniKani vocab redundant with Bunpro? That would be a good question. Let me think. Well, I'll come up with a 100-day answer to that. I think tentatively right now, even after 5 days, the vocabulary is not redundant with WaniKani. The way vocabulary is presented and the information is presented is not redundant with WaniKani. So in a way, when you're saying what is most of your effort and your attention in WaniKani vocabulary, it's not the same as Bunpro. Like Bunpro is closer to what everyone else, in my opinion, what most people would like, quote unquote, accustomed to what they like. They look like dictionary entry points on the top of a lot of other things, like example sentences. The functionality of Bunpro does not overlap with WaniKani. WaniKani has a very specific design choice for mnemonics, and the input that you're getting is attached and associated with mnemonics building. And then you can wield that mnemonics building if you want while looking at Bunpro's native collection of information regarding the vocabulary. If someone sees it as a means to an end, as in do you know the vocabulary word or not, then it is strictly redundant, right? So this is the question that people ask. If you compartmentalize how you understand the word into, if you know a primary meaning that's attached to a word, then yes, it is redundant. That requires very strict adherence to compartmentalization. If you're not, then WaniKani actually does not cover and provide a lot of specific things that Bunpro does, despite the vocabulary being the same, like quote unquote the same. So it's kind of like if you really love basketball and you only choose to play basketball one way, then that's perfectly fine. Because if you learn again to play basketball a different way, it would be redundant because you already know how to play basketball. But the way the vocabulary is presented, it requires a different set of skills, which I am still working on. I'm still deciding on how I'm going to add my notes and do things. But what's going to happen is at every vocabulary, I'm going to have an opportunity to initiate and elicit what I know from WaniKani, which then elicits what I know from HanziHero and Duolingo. And then that's where I'm going to add the notes. To me, I think, and this is kudos to the developers of Bunpro, I believe their platform is excellent at organizing information that WaniKani cannot. Because as much as you can add notes and do all those things and then maybe do some API and stuff, the tracking way, the way you track things and organize things on Bunpro is exceptional. And it's exceptional in a point that I don't have to do it all from scratch. So like I could power up Anki and do all that too for fun, as a way to understand how Anki works, right? However, if you have Bunpro, organizing most of your information from WaniKani and lifting them into Bunpro would demonstrate all the stuff that WaniKani does not overlap with Bunpro, which is like you spend 60 or more than half of your attention span technically to something that Bunpro doesn't exist in Bunpro. Like there's no near rhyming and eliciting emotions and stuff, right? So you can put them together. If you're having, in my opinion, if you're having trouble remembering your vocabulary after WaniKani is burnt out, right? When you burn the things, you can continue to bootstrap through WaniKani's mnemonic system or whatever mnemonic system you're building. However, Bunpro's approach to categorizing things and then using like the sentences and graded sentences approach, and also generating your own self-study sentences while using practices, different forms of practices like reading practice only, like even doing JOPT. There are different formats that can synchronize with the information that WaniKani has. So to me, obviously I'm answering tangentially. No one is asking me for these things. I'm voluntarily practicing. I like reading community comments over time. I'll do this later in Neverwinter, by the way, largely to see what type of questions come up and how I would answer them. I practice these things, but I don't use them. Like what I mean is I don't use them publicly in a sense like directly to the person. It's only when someone solicits my information, like solicits my take or opinions, that I've already practiced these things. And in my opinion, when you practice these things, you become useful and more accustomed to answering questions and taking opportunities when it appears. Not long ago, someone asked me, what's the point of preparing answers and preparing contingency plans or looking at questions, practicing answering those questions when you may never use them, or the opportunity may never come? And the idea is the practice and act of answering questions and being cognizant and compassionate about the community can be practiced anywhere, anytime, because opportunity is when your opportunity is a privilege. Like, you can make certain opportunities for sure if you want to go that route, but being prepared means to anticipate or to be ready for the unpredictable. That's another like branch of skills. You have problem solving skills as a consequence of a problem, and then you have problem solving skills as an initiative to be prepared for unknown problems. And when it comes to the thing that's facing a lot of people, like this person asking a question, was it a bad idea to also review WaniKani vocab with Bunpro? Is the idea that this person doesn't have foresight into understanding, well, what is the difference? What are the similarities? Are the differences or the different degrees and presentations sufficient to make an argument that it can take up your time to understand those things? If they're not significantly sufficient learning content, the answer is no. But when you ask other people questions like this, then you see the reason why I'm saying this is a yes or no question. So if I was inferring by this person, this is what compartmentalization, in my opinion, tend to coincide with how people ask questions. Was it a bad idea to also review WaniKani vocab within Bunpro? The answer is going to be yes or no. That's what happens, in my opinion, when people start thinking like what is very normal now on the internet. It's either yes, it's a bad idea, or no, it's not a bad idea, the situation, as opposed to, in what way do you think I could either benefit, or the pros and cons about doing WaniKani vocabulary again with Bunpro? And when you ask that question, I'm not talking about this person specifically, but if I ask myself that question, that's what I'm answering right now. I take a look at these answers, and I take a look at what the information's offered, and I can tell you now at a glance, the vocabulary, the way vocabulary is presented by Bunpro, is complementary to the vocabulary the way WaniKani presents it. I would even argue that Duolingo does not overlap with either the two either, because Duolingo relies strictly on implicit repetition. Basically, oh, this vocabulary starts up, and it's like, there's the translation, and then you lump it together and you keep repeating it until it becomes associated. So Duolingo has a complete implicit one, which makes people who are dependent on explicit instruction, like Bunpro is explicit. Basically, here are all the meanings, here are all the things, we have as much information. And then WaniKani is associative, as in it associates. It does include like the primary meanings and secondary meanings, but it's secondary to associating things. So you're associating it with imagery, emotions, and the letter construction. When you're looking at vocabulary in Bunpro, the actual term itself is viewed in isolation. So you will not learn the relationship between the characters and the radicals and whatnot. That is not the focus of the way Bunpro presents. So vocabulary is presented as a standalone entity that is not related to the characters themselves. So the answer really is no. Like, in my opinion, if I were like fundamentally, logically speaking, the learning process is exclusive, like very much exclusive in the sense of how the process works, but the end result is still getting you to the meaning of the vocabulary, right? So if you only want to rely on one way to remember the meaning of a vocabulary word, it's redundant. If you want different ways to remember the same vocabulary word and then, you know, reinforce it through a different way while also having multiple ways being reinforced at once, you're kind of talking into my mindset. Like, Japanese isn't going to go anywhere, right? That those like same, you know, when people talk about like the 2000 kanji or like, let's just say roughly 10,000 vocabulary words to help you like do things, I want to ensure that I have multiple 2 to 3 times way of engaging in this thing instead of repeating the same thing again. So like when you forget something, are you going to go back to WaniKani and do it all over again? Or do you go to Bunpro and do it while it's still fresh in your head, but you're engaging in something different, right? That's like suggesting reading a manga and then watching anime and then watching a vlog. The information is still somewhat dependent outside your control, but you can effectively see the same information in 3 different mediums. But to me, you have to answer these questions every single time online. It's the same for video games, by the way. Video games, it's like I played Dark Souls 2, I played Dark Souls 3. Is Elden Ring, is it a bad idea to play Elden Ring since Elden Ring is so much similar to Dark Souls 3? Right? Internet logic, in my opinion, and it's become the social norm. Not that it will hurt you. Like, I don't think people will ultimately set themselves up for dissatisfaction or whatnot. Like, they will counter it with different types of managements. But for me, the really inferred answer to this is that no, it's not a bad idea, because you won't get bored reviewing your vocabulary words that you should know still from WaniKani. But if you have trouble with WaniKani, seeing them again in a different context in Bunpro will help encourage and intuitively get you to fill in those gaps. The ones that you do know, sure, you can still skip them if you want, or you want to reinforce them in some different way. The idea is that I think what this person is asking is it a waste of time if they think they already learn one way is sufficient for a lifetime? And for myself, the really simple, it's not a bad idea, so it's a good idea to engage in the same information in different ways, because that is, in my opinion, I'm a little bit biased here, lead to conducive, immersive learning. It leads to deep thinking process, right? Seeing and exploring all the ways you can enjoy the thing that you're trying to do is transformative. Like, I can't even imagine what it's like to think of drawing, like doing artwork, as one thing, as one way of doing things. And then you want to tell yourself that you're going to do it for a lifetime and not think it's tedious and boring, right? So this type of question gets asked legitimately every time someone starts, or every time someone's in the honeymoon period of a new task. To me, it's kind of a little bit disappointing, but again, not necessary for people's happiness. It's a little disappointing that this question is asked in this manner, as opposed to collectively looking at the relationship between all the things you do. Like, when you play Dark Souls 1 and you play Dark Souls 2, you can spend double the amount of time. Some people would say it's wasteful, but you could spend double the amount of time appreciating the differences, the comparison and contrast between Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2. That levels up the depth of deep processing and thinking. All of this stuff is connected in a tapestry, as opposed to like, oh, well, I learned it one way. There's really no reason ever to learn it again in a different way, or to reinforce it or practice it in a different way, right? I mean, I can sit here, we'll do this for the 100, the 100-day review or a tentative take of Bunpro, seeing how I fit Bunpro's presentation and information and add it to it. Obviously, there are still redundant things, of course. Of course, there are redundant things. The process is not redundant, so that's my focus. The information, I talked about this on day one of Bunpro. If you're a content-oriented, driven person, that's results-based. You are destination-prone. You are a person who's looking at the destination. When you're looking at different products, like, should I use Bunpro? Or should I use WaniKani? Or should I go with Anki? The question, in my opinion, that is very pertinent to the individual is, what is the process like for all three? Because the thing you're looking for is either a process that isn't too difficult to make you want to quit, but it's hard enough to challenge you to increase your process level. Engage yourself in the difficulty of the process. If it's too easy, you become complacent. That means you're not learning more about the process, so it's less engaging. It can be tedious, but you can still will your power through a redundant process to get the results you want. Alternatively, it doesn't have to be that way. You can engage in a new process that's hard enough, but not too hard to make you want to quit. Right? That frustration is part of process-oriented enrichment and improvement. So I often choose to think about this. I didn't choose Bunpro. It's not a coincidence I choose Bunpro. And it's not a coincidence I was ready to see this question about Bunpro and WaniKani, because if you think about selective behavior, WaniKani's word of mouth relates to Bunpro's presence and vice versa. So naturally you would anticipate comparison and contrast in this. Anyways, and then, anyone currently gaming in Japanese for practice, I do that too, right? That kind of thing is interesting, very interesting. I'm not sure if these people are representative of the whole, but holistic connections seem to be disappointing to me, maybe not sufficient or necessary for happiness for people to learn. For myself, it's kind of like the difference between flicking your wrists in doom scrolling versus literally sit there and watch each short to the end and have all the shorts related to the same topic, right? So here's a social experiment that had some experiments recently about the brain rot situation. If you watched a shorts reel of like 20 different people's perspective on the same topic, and you watch through all of them, right? Just obligatorily watch through 20 different people's shorts on the same topic, so you can realize that they're kind of saying the same thing but not really saying the same thing, versus someone who has the ability to skip, right, doom scrolling and make it about random topics. The idea is I'm willing to kind of wager like a 80% odds that the person who's like scrolling through random topics and making sure that they don't overlap, it's probably more engaging and interesting, like haphazardly, but I would say that person has a lower level, or likely to perform a lower level of thinking and deep processing over time than someone who is engaging in multiple perspectives regarding the same information, even in a short form format. Like, we're not even talking about the attention span thing or like the perception of attention span. But this time, that hypothetical social experiment is illustrating how well you can integrate information together, right? If you constantly think that there's no point to engaging in process-oriented thinking involving the same content or the same material, then in my opinion, the person that I'm speaking to, this hypothetical person, will become effectively an incredibly under-practiced problem solver. You do not solve problems well when everything you think about is non-overlapping, right? A problem becomes a problem because the only solution you have doesn't work. So whenever someone says, was it a bad idea to review WaniKani vocab? Well, you could cater to their results-oriented brain and say, are there any problem vocabulary that you have? Like, do you have a 50-50 chance that a burned item in WaniKani is not memorable? Because if it isn't, Bunpro could be a alternative way to elicit more information about the vocabulary word. So then you can integrate them. What you know about what you're practicing about WaniKani will reinforce what you know about Bunpro because you can make a connection between them. And then what was weak in WaniKani can be reinforced by Bunpro. They have even objectively, they have different information. And when I mean different information, I mean the nuance of how the information is being presented, right? Not the literal information. Like, sure, you know Ani as older brother. That's fair. But how do you remember Ani in WaniKani is not how you remember Ani from Bunpro. And if you can find the connection between them, it means that there are two ways you can possibly remember older brother, not one way. Because when that one way fails, excuse me, when that one way fails, it's going to be a heck of a hard time for you to, at the moment, develop a whole new process of thinking. So that's probably something that I rigorously have to explain, not necessarily defend, because I don't think people really care if I'm right or wrong, and I don't really care either. The idea is you solve problems by looking at things from multiple angles. If your problem is to learn vocabulary words or sentences or become fluent in Japanese, right? The problem, the goal. Engaging in as many non-overlapping ways of eliciting that same memory is probably going to affect you in a lifetime situation. Putting all your eggs in one basket to remember one detail, that's for really, really impressive people. I have met some of these people in my life where they are seemingly okay with always knowing that the best way they do things is always going to go unchanged and be sufficient for the rest of their life. These are also the most stubborn, most arrogant, the least flexible people I have met in my life. They're still happy, by the way. They are still able to achieve success because they have willpower and motivation, tedium. They also contrast with me in terms of like exploration and variety. Like, they're not artsy fartsy. They don't like seeing the charm in like bad drawings. They don't think anime can ever be serious because it's cartoons. Like, that's what the type of thinking that we're talking about, right? The thought process affects your appreciation for the same medium, even for the same information. What I use, like someone who is able to think differently is like someone who originally thought anime is for kids, and then they watched it, and then they stayed open-minded, and then they explored what used to be American cartoons to them, but now anime becomes anime. So it's still technically the same information, right? The presentation and the medium and whatnot, you can still reductively convert it into a cartoon for kids. So that's kind of where we're living the life right now. It's pretty disheartening sometimes to hear the extreme compartmentalization where someone would say they can't possibly enjoy something because it's not the same, and also they can't possibly enjoy something because it's too different. Wild. Absolutely wild. I'm a little biased. The answer is both. You can do both. Appreciation for the process involves actually participating in multiple processes. The information does not change very much. Like, how many ways can you paint the sky blue, for example, is interesting. The sky being blue over and over again, 10 different ways, sky being blue, the exact blue you're thinking of, is disinteresting. Like, it's boring, it gets redundant, it gets grindy, and it gets tedious. And striking the balance between that is interesting. Now, to be fair to this person could be asking in the context of, they already read the same vocabulary in graded readers, and they already see the same vocabulary in anime, and they already see in many other places. So saving some time is fine. Like, what I mean is, if I'm being fair to this person, it could be a waste of time, because they already have a lot of enrichment. My presumptuous nature is the way this person asked this question is probably not a person who have engaged in multiple processes in understanding the same vocabulary. So they're probably compartmentalizing. Otherwise, it would be a very different question, in my opinion. The way it's asked gives away how people think about it. It's shocking, in my opinion, or not really. Okay, shocking is a little crossing the line. It's kind of sobering how much the people that I talk to give away in the way they ask me questions, or the way I ask questions and how they answer it. That they themselves are not aware of how much they give away. Like, sometimes questions aren't even interesting to them anymore. Like, the way people ask questions. Like, I get comments like, well, how do you know I was going to answer this? It's like you already have prepared the next answer to my question. I'm like, well, you have to, are you paying attention to the nature of the question, right? Like, how people answer questions and ask questions is a really wonderful way of how intellectuals, at least in my opinion, thinkers, read each other, right? If you're constantly asking yes or no questions, it's fairly obvious how you're going to approach answering my questions and how you would view certain things. So when someone constantly asks true and false questions, black and white questions, 0 and 1s, my goal is probably to find out what the right answer is and their right opinions are, because in order to interact with them, they are one that focuses on that. And for example, yeah, stuff like this in the front screen, you know, giving cred where credit is due to Bunpro. I like this. I like this like thing being available here, so I can always just scroll down, look at the most recent busy topics, right? WaniKani is a click away. You click on like forum at the bottom. So is HanziHero. As to not distract the person, maybe that is the choice they have. All right, folks, that's a little bit of a rant and end to our Bunpro session. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? Feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself. There's a 1.5 month trial period. I'm guessing at the start of the account creation. It's a wonderful starting tool, like starting platform to organize your thoughts and whatnot. Definitely a wonderful platform. So, and you're always welcome to come on by Yap, offer counterpoints. I welcome counterpoints. Other alternative like routes of process-oriented thinking to make Japanese and or any other language part of your life skills, right? Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you, thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第358天 is day 358. Got 3 things from yesterday. Ooh, these are the greatest hits. Law is one of them. Naked, or like, yeah, naked. We associated this with guo, which is wrap. They gotta wrap him up, man. You're naked, you gotta wrap him up. Joe was a little bit of a disappointment. Rules. Link that up with "t" or measure. Gotta measure your rules. And "die." "Die." Hold. Yes. All right, that's a little bit off-centered. It's fine. Saucer. And Fei Die, flying saucer. Die is gonna come up another 2 times soon, so we're gonna be able to reinforce that indirectly. I don't have a very particularly decent pair at the moment. All right, let's get into our lessons. Lao Dao. Lao. Chatty chat. Chatter.
唠叨，虔诚，
虔诚。How the qian is pious, cheng sincere. Sincerely pious would be devout, alright.
虔诚，纯粹，
纯粹 pure. 纯粹。
纯粹，隐蔽，
隐蔽 hide cover, hide and cover. Oh, I'll wait for the Japanese later. I haven't done this combination.
隐蔽，
隐蔽 隐蔽 still conceal or hide, yeah.
反驳，
反驳 against and refute, which is so refute or opposite.
反驳，
Okay.
唠叨，
Oh man, Qian, it is not that strong.
虔诚，隐蔽，纯粹，
纯粹，
反驳，海啸，
海啸 this doesn't. I don't know. it's a sea to whistle. All right. Give me some help, Kevin. What do you got? When a tsunami is coming in from the sea, alarms will whistle to alert. Okay, that's I know where I went with that too. All right, fair enough.
海啸，驳回，
驳回 refute by returning to reject. Let's just refute and return. Okay. Oops.
驳
驳
回，
check.
侮辱，
侮辱. All right. This is like feed through the breast, so breastfeed. Right. 侮辱. No, 侮辱.
侮辱，女佣，
女佣. Female servant. Oh, okay. Or woman servant. Okay.
女佣，前进，
前进. 前 again, pious. 敬 respect. So reverence. Fair enough.
前进，
All right.
海啸，前进，侮辱，驳回，女佣，
All right.
侮辱动物，
哺乳动物. I actually hang on. Oh, that makes sense. It totally makes sense about the mammary glands. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so 哺乳动物 would be mammal because mammary glands exist, which is like for breastfeeding.
侮辱动物，佣人，
佣人 servant.
佣人，
Excuse me.
害，
Hi. You kind of look like a hi on the right hand, or just hi, but you kind of look like a ma on the left, but ma doesn't really carry that strongly. To be shocked. Harry Potter is in the bathroom of the high school where he is shocked to find a boar riding on top of a horse. Okay, that's pretty shocking. That prances around on the top floor. Harry Potter and some other shocked high school wizardy students stare at the boar and the horse. The two animals, when they finally notice they are being watched, are also shocked as they thought the entirety of the high school was empty. I'm okay with this. Magic explains that. 害人 shocking. Oh yeah, that's doing the 人 part to augment a target for the stuff, the experience. Hacker. 骇客. Like a hacker or like a hacking person? Hold up, I need to know. The term is only used in Taiwan. Elsewhere, 默克 is used, which has the same meaning. Oh, it is. It's a hacker. Oh, that's kind of interesting. 默克, the dark guess. shock guess. Interesting.
嗨
Hi.
T
T. You do look like a T or a T. Because of the right. There's a dominance, right? For not enclosure, but yeah, for the sun hamster. We have kick, T, and should be pick out, T, and I think that's the only T's, right? Yes. Although there are others. All right. Watchful. So I gotta differentiate the soul part. Timmy Turner is in the bathroom of the house where he is being extra watchful. In the bathtub is a sun that he has guarding because it goes out. If it goes out, he loses his soul due to a wish gone wrong. Unfortunately, he is not watchful enough and snoozes off. A enemy comes in and passes the non-watchful Timmy and eats the sun. As a result, Timmy's soul leaves his body and floats towards the bathroom ceiling. Okay. Timmy Turner is in the bathroom of the house, trying to be watchful of his intelligence during the day, or maybe like throughout the day. He is making sure be watchful of the intelligent soul of a guinea pig he wished for. To be happy and friendly. Admittedly, it's more work. It's unexpectedly a lot of work to be watchful. You know, Timmy just wanted the smart hamster, right? Or a smart guinea pig, and it just turned out to be more work than usual. Although I didn't put them in a bathroom. Making sure to be watchful and make sure the guinea pig doesn't drown in the bathtub. He wished for an intelligent guinea pig, and now is responsible to preserve his soul. All right. Jing Ti. Okay. Yeah. Thing is interesting, like the police part, but I should really add like warning or notice to Jing Ti. Jing Ti. Or could think of it as like policing.
T 早
Doll. Looks like doll. Algae. Zelda is in the cellar of the barn where she is growing algae on the trunk of a tree. Okay. She sprays the algae with various fertilizer goods she has unboxed next to her. The algae slowly begins to grow flowers that Zelda plans to harvest and feed to the cows above. That's good. Maybe on her princessly duties on the side, right? Haidao, seaweed, and Zao Lei. Interesting. Okay, yeah. Algae kind, right? Type, just algae.
早
I keep going back between algae and algae. It's kind of a fish thing, I suppose. Ooh, 动物.
哺乳动物 T
Nope.
佣人
I thought of another servant. Another servant would be something like yi ren, maybe. Yi ren probably also means servant.
嗨
This one's pretty funny.
早
Okay.
平
Ping duckweed. Ah, here we go again. I don't even know what duckweed. Let me look at. Oh, all right. Oh, those are duckweed. Oh, interesting. Wow. I have learned so many like common names of things, and I have to look up their image. Duckweed. That does look like ping. There's a ping in here, right here. Okay. Pinocchio. Pinocchio is inside the English Manor, which is partly flooded. Go on. It is full of duckweed that floats at the surface. Pinocchio, alongside some butlers, float on top of yard signs and go around spraying the duckweed with an anti-duckweed spray, hoping to kill the duckweed and replace it with pretty flowers as they try to recover from the flood. Pinocchio uses his long nose to help pick up pieces of dead duckweed that has been killed with the spray. He's doing his best, you know? Although, I don't think Pinocchio can drown, can he? I was gonna throw something about that in there. I think that's okay for now. Fu Ping, floating duckweed. Duckweed. I don't know if you can eat duckweed.
平
What up? Can you eat duckweed? Yes, duckweed. Because I think it's edible, highly nutritious. Yeah, I think. Why don't we eat duckweed? Yeah. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, a lot of weeds, like, there are quite a lot of weeds that are edible that, like, one of my favorites is Morning Glory, and it's a specific Morning Glory from China, but apparently it's very invasive, more so akin to a weed, because, like, they're very robust and they can easily overwhelm in an environment. So that's kind of often when I think about certain types of weeds, I'm like, huh, I wonder if you can eat it. Like mint is effectively a weed as well. It'll take over your garden if you let mint grow. I figure duckweed probably also falls into that category. Yeah. Where I don't see a pie, I see more of a wait. That's a shredder, right? Why don't I remember the standalone shredder? It's not B, or is it B? It's B. It's only B. Oh no, it's pie. Pie. Okay, there are two pies. All right. Gosh. Gosh. Oh, it doesn't have. We didn't have the standalone yet. Yeah, all I could think about is B. We only have B's and two pies. All right. So I really got to make it about the fingers, right? The fingers. Oh wait, there's an. Don't we have another cast aside? Sort of. The set aside, which is g. Oh yeah, g. So like g pie. We have a g pie. Oh pie kai. Okay. So they are separate. They're separate. So ge kai is pretty sure ge kai is 1, 2. Oh, and ge zi. Oh, there's no kai? Really? We don't have ge. Oh, we have ge zi. Oh, and ge qian. Okay. And there's another word for put aside. Together put aside as well. I don't remember what it is. It's like toss aside. So maybe pung something. Maybe pung kai. Okay, pie. This also means toss aside. Okay. Pinocchio is in front of the electricity plant with the shredder. Okay. Kind of a missed opportunity on like Shredder, like Teenage Mutant TMNT Shredder. But anyway, I mean the left side kind of looks like Shredder's helmet, honestly. So it's like a foreman, a guy that's wearing a helmet like this, Shredder. Anyways, missed opportunity. With the Shredder, it would be very difficult to put Shredder on the scene. It's kind of like Slenderman, so pros and cons. With the Shredder powered by an extension cord that leads out of the plant, okay, he casts aside each of his fingers one by one into the Shredder, sick of how worn down they look. Whenever Pinocchio gets sick of one of his wooden body parts, he is quick to cast aside it. I mean, he does have wooden body parts. He just place it with something new. I don't see how that's maybe it's yeah, and then feeds it to the generator. That seems okay. Cast aside. Yeah, Kai. All right.
Pie. 绝
Jue? In what way do you look like a Jue? You look so weird, and it's nobility. Nah, this one's gonna. No Jie here. So no Jie that I'm aware of. No Jie. Maybe this is a new group. Let's go look at Caliper. Caliper is kind of weird. I think if I had to pick one, it'd be Caliper. No Jie. Oh no. Pretty recognizable. Oh, we have two Jies. Chew with a mouth. Wow, this is very distinctive. How's net? How do we do with the net at the top of things? There are quite a lot of nets. But do we have something above the net? Do you have these? Any more? Yeah, really not that much above the net. And it's the only one with cleats above the net. Unless cleats gives us something. Cleat is usually above something. Yeah, that's so recognizable. These jizz are so recognizable. Alright. I do have to rewrite it though. Cleats is something different now. Unless Julius Caesar is inside the electricity plant. He wears a pair of cleats and holds a silver caliper to show off his rank of nobility. Additionally, he wears a net on his head, which marks him as the highest rank of the nobility. A worker gives him a tour of the plant, which Julius, of course, owns. We'll see. Like, silver everything. Just silver it up everything. You know, he's just dressed in silver things. Okay. Jie noble rank. Fair enough. That's a nobility position. Gongjie, a duke. Like a public. Interesting that it's specifically a duke. As opposed to like a king or like other high ranking things. I'm kind of curious if it's just duke. It's really just like I don't know, a chancellor or a minister, something like that. Oh wait, but that wouldn't be nobility then. It's more like servant, public servant. It has to be part of the nobility. Yeah, king is interesting that it didn't include king.
爵
We do have monarch though, monarch and king in many other ways. So I guess a duke is more like foreign concept. Oh wait, nobility.
对
Okay, hold up. Merman. This is no, merman is rough, and it's a singular component. We finally got the singular. Oh, it's rough because it's rare. And has only one overlapping sound. Interesting. Okay, sure, good to go. Tuo is not good. That is not good. Honestly, I don't even know if this comes up, which is soon probably. I would not know what this is. Yeah is very good. Yeah, shows up quite a lot because it pairs up with forms of reading. Shui is pretty good actually. You know, like Tuo. Oh, you know what? That's not too bad. It's the one where like Tom the cat like moons his boss in front of the office building, despite Tom actually not wearing any pants most of the time. Okay, we got nothing on Dui. Just honestly, I think even Dui the read is not that common. Yeah, I only know two. These are the only two Duis I know. Correct and team. Yeah, Dui is super small. Soupy small. Okay. Convert. Dumbledore is in the bathroom. Oh, Dumbledore. Dumbledore is in the bathroom of the beach house on the bay. He's in the middle of going to the bathroom when a muggle wearing swim trunks and some glasses, barges in without knocking. Dumbledore, furious, takes out his wand and converts the Muggle into a merman as punishment for his lack of manners. That's really good. On a roll today, honestly. There's only one like fairly non-resonating mnemonic, but the rest is solid. 兑现 to cash. Convert 现 convert items into cash. Convert like things. Okay.
兑炫
Shen. That does look like a Shen. Shen is on the right. Fire usually doesn't carry much, so but Shen, which is like unusual or mysterious, usually mysterious. Show off. I don't think so. Professor X is in the bathroom of the pawn shop, showing off his skills to a caterpillar, Professor X, that is in the sink. Using his mind, Professor X lights the caterpillar on fire. What the? Briefly before putting it out with the water from the faucet. The caterpillar, slightly burned, hates that he was injured just so that Professor X can show off his skills instead of working. Alright, Professor X is in the bathroom of the pawn shop. Rushed to the bathroom of the pawn shop because the mutant students thought it was a bright idea to start lighting things on fire. Under the caterpillar. Could do mysterious. Lighting miscellaneous miscellaneous things on fire. He did his best to put out the fire and also made sure, I don't know, made sure the silly caterpillar like mutant was unharmed. Oh, something different. Okay.
炫
I don't know if that works. That might not work. Oh, and there's no example of it. Oh, we didn't show off. To show off his mutant powers. A fire caterpillar? Make it happen. Okay.
平 对 撇
Uh-oh. That's kind of weak.
绝 炫
Okay. Alright. Try to get this. Good days, good days. Happy thoughts. Let's go. heck? Wait. What?
不同，
这两个地方完全不同。
Ah! I don't know what's going on. Uh.
浊，
Whoops. I meant to type wine. I typed win instead. Is this like
透明，
这是一个透明的流程。
see through something? Like transparent? Okay. Fine. Same difference. To me, anyway, same difference. Yeah.
壮，
Is this like robust? Oh my word, that's robust.
巨，
The heck? What the compass? Compass in Word? YOLO.
仿，
Uh-oh. This is probably visit. Uh...
烹，
是。是是。
逝世，
他们为那位伟人的逝世感到悲痛。
Oh, what the heck is this? YOLO.
仿，
Oh, what is up with all these fangs? Fang. I want to say like nearly. Oh no. Don't know.
忧，
That's a rough one. That is a rough one.
抽筋，
我晚上睡觉时常常抽筋。
平台，
海上平台，
What? It's leveled or like flat or platform. Okay, all right, it's fine. Don't even at me right now. I can haha.
哈哈，
哈哈，你很幽默。
I'll teach you to laugh at me.
君主，
古
Speaking
代
of
的君
monarch,
主拥有绝对权力。
not like this. You know what? This kind of seems like it's a chill moment. Oh, son of a dingus. Man. What is this? Something makes me want to type, gang.
干，
I don't know.
平坦，
Oh,
草原上
dang.
的地形非常平坦。
Okay.
右边，
我的书包在你的右边。
Not publication. Oh no, it's a body part. It's a liver. All right. Not merely. It's like sneaky beaky situation. Yeah, imitate. Okay, it's fine. Wait. I need to check vocabulary for that. Maybe it's not so fine. 教
招
Oops, I can't spell back in.
铅笔
这支铅笔断成2段了，
空虚
空虚
没有目标的人容易感到空虚。
穿透
这种武器可以穿透装甲。
penetrate. Different see-through. Different see-through. Now it's the idea of something going through something, as opposed to see-through as in it is transparent. So heck. Oh, I know it.
花
Hang on, I need to make sure. Yeah, counterfeit, right? And yeah, 相反. I kind of want to rewrite. Okay.
海湾
这个海湾很美丽。
Probably.
战略
我们需要制定一个新的战略。
Like just strategies. Hold. Ah! I psyched myself out.
孔
I don't know anymore. What the fruit? Oops. That's wrong. What happened there? Ah! Oh no! Alright, I need to take a breather. Hold up. Let me take things are not going. Alright.
腐败
政府腐败了，
Like rotten, like just bad things. Collapsed, broken, corrupt. Yeah. Okay. Rotten to the core.
不明
事情的结果还不明。
I don't know what happened here. It all started with this. Is that Gung? Gung. Man, I really thought it was Ke.
攻克
你姐姐在做功课。
What the 功课 Your sister is doing like just like work. Yeah, I all I can think about is work. Okay, we gotta make sure it's homework, schoolwork. Okay. Okay.
赚
I mean, it's to earn money, or it's involved in. Okay, gotta make sure homework. And then what happened here?
横
What does that mean? We're gonna say covering. Okay. What? The 被子
被子
他睡觉时喜欢用2条被子。
找到
你找到工作了吗？
美术
工艺美术。
工艺美术 Man, I really thought this was Jiao. Hang on. Hang on. Silver Watchtower. I don't know what's happening. Whoops.
骑
What? Yeah, I really thought that was... Yeah, That's disappointing.
再见
我需要离开，再见。
Or see you later. Or see you again.
而是
他不是老师，而是学生。
Or also, not but also, or also. Oh no, I'm doing the internet thing. Oh no.
下
Hold up. What? Uh.
均羽毛球
他是羽毛球冠军。
Hold. Oh no. Oh, that's wrong. That's oof. That's bad. Bad.
镭射
小孩喜欢镭射笔。
Oh, heckin' 镭射
天
Oh, it's not a short piece, just a piece of writing. That's I don't know how to say like, but rather. Okay, okay, but okay, but rather is good. It's okay. What sentiment is there? I don't. Was this the bunker? No, that's not bunker. What is that? Incense? It's probably incense. That help. Ah, wrong tone. I fat fingered too. Ah, now I fat fingered 3. Okay, all right, hold up.
还
It's okay. We'll recover from this.
修 领悟
我无法领悟他的想法。
Like, Wufa never can like understand or comprehend. Okay. I still don't have anything on this. Silver Watchtower. Some part of me wants to write like something like, but it's all over the place. My mind is so scrambled on it. Hmm.
恐慌
在恐慌中，他忘记了正确的出口。
Like just very like scared, startled, state, panic. It's just... That's supposed to be a paperclip or a... And... Oh no. Ah, 对生化 No. Yeah, 升华升华勇士游 Not that. Be like 入侵 Good idea. Oh, 前救 I don't know. 坠线 No, send help.
抢救
我从树上抢救了3只猫。
移植
这棵树被移植到了花园的另一侧。
侠
Oh my goodness. Oops.
高档
他穿着高档的衣服。
高档 Just high class, noble. Yeah. Upgrade stuff. Okay. Oh, I just went for it and that was so wrong. That was very, very wrong. Woo. What in the world is that? I gotta think about it. How about you? Okay. Oh, that doesn't help. King Wu. Dang it. Alright, I gotta stop guessing on. Actually, what is the right again? It's supposed to be files, but I just know as high end, something of high class. Yeah, this files. I kind of ignore it. Yeah.
玉咸
Yeah, my.
买
Okay.
门铃
有人按了门铃，
Heck. Heck. Oh no. Wait, hold up. Dang it. I worked on that too.
绝伦
他的才华真是绝伦。
齿 尖
Oh my gosh. How do I know that? Why do I think it's Jian? Is it shoulder? Oh no. Oh no, wait. Oh, I know what it is. Do I?
沉甸甸
这颗大西瓜看起来沉甸甸的，
Like, it's just really, really heavy and deep. Okay. Deep as in like heavy significance deep.
意 妥
But what is this? What the heck is a star? Oh, do I not have star? They thought. Oh, I know.
醒悟
我希望他能早点醒悟。
Or like, maybe like realize. Probably realize. Come to realize, yeah. Ooh, wait.
斧头
Oh yeah, two.
他买了一把新斧头，
摇
Oh,
扫
man, Sal is bad news bears. Very bad news bears. What the ban? Ban or 还是 ban? What?
防汛
政府制定了防汛计划。
木
I can't unthink livelihood now. Hold? That's it. Oh no, I still haven't gathered what this is. Hang on. I mean, son of a dingus. I think this might be difficult. Hey, well, certainly is.
捞
Oops.
荆棘
他用木棍打开了荆棘堆。
Alright, we're past the halfway point. Huzzah! It's gone. Dang you, mutant. I got stopped at mutant. I just, man, randomly stopped. Got that. Not that. This sucks. I'll pass for now. Oh. Not that. It's like someone who doesn't like it. It's complaining or resentful or something bad. And I don't remember who is doing it. Charlie Brown. I thought it was... Unless I wrote it incorrectly.
庞大
我们面临庞大的挑战。
辨认
它能辨认出不同品种的花。
靠拢
孩子们靠拢在老师身边。
Still draw close. Okay. What?
旭日
旭日映照在海面上。
就
I really thought this was just Yuan Xing or Yuan Yan. Oh, dang it. That's fine. Okay. I made this mistake. I just kept looking at it as Xing as opposed to Yan. Rookie mistake. 它能辨认出 like identify. Okay. That was a rookie mistake.
暴躁，
你今天为什么这么暴躁？
So what happened here? Yeah, it's not what is going on there? Oh. Yeah, wait.
P
I don't know how that worked out, but it's fine.
怨言，
他对生活总是有怨言。
It's kind of like resentment or bad blood or complaints. Yeah, it's fine. Not like this. Not like this.
熄灭，
风把烛火熄灭了。
笼子，
I think this is gonna be a pass from yesterday. Done. Is it the delay thing? Yeah. This is from yesterday. We'll give it a day or two. The ears is not about Dracula. Maybe I'll make it about Dracula. Yes. I think we can go and do something about that actually. Let's change done from yesterday. There's a very convenient way to do it.
蹦跳，
孩子高兴地在房间里蹦跳。
棘手，
他们面临棘手的挑战。
Old?
都，夫，
Dang you! Dang you! That's not it. Come on, Yen. Oh no, wait. Come on, wait. Wait. Oh no, wait. No, that's Manyan.
蔓延，
Okay.
白杨，
白杨是一种常见的树木。
拉拢，
他拉拢了一些有影响力的人。
We're gonna recover. Gotta recover from this.
脸庞，
他有温柔的脸庞。
Oh. Hold.
意，
Okay. What is wrong with it? Oh, I've got the ending. The final. 前.
龙，圣贤，
孔子被认为是中国的圣贤。
Like, what's both holy and worthy? It's something like super sacred sage. Okay, fine. I don't know what's fine about this. I thought it was... This is not Viet. This is not Jing as well. Ming? Oh, it's because it's infirmary. I'm okay with that. Not going over it.
柔，
Oh, it's gotta be like secret doctor, nurses, as opposed to, okay. And that's gotta be a person. We gotta think of it as a sacred person. Or heavily revered, respected person. What am I looking at? Twenty.
喷漆，
这是一罐喷漆。
Yellow?
或，
Okay.
陶器，
这是一个美丽的陶器。
浦东，
浦东的金融中心是一个全球化的地方。
变，单，右，
Oh, that works really well now.
惹事，
他不小心在公司惹事了。
Like, I don't know, cause trouble. Okay. That works really well.
金，龙，
Excuse me? What am I looking at? Oh.
城郭，
我们在城郭外面散步。
找
I really thought that was ye. I don't know what that. Oh no. Oh no. That's not good.
乙
Oh no. I don't. Ah, man. Where are the hills coming from? Oh, wait. No. Oh. Ah, no. Ah, no. Wait. It's I. Be recommend.
推荐
他推荐了一个很棒的餐馆。
I'm kind of losing the tail a little bit for the recommend. That's where my hesitation came from. Oh. Oops.
造
Say what?
沸点
在高山上水的沸点会降低。
作弊
老师发现他作弊了。
逆流
逆流而上的鱼群非常勇敢。
巴黎
你去过巴黎吗？
狭隘
这是一条狭隘的通道。
Hold.
Pay
Pay is gonna be a pay in my butt.
Ming
Gotta think about the. Right.
日月潭
日月潭的风景十分优美。
刹车
你应该在红灯前刹车。
You should brake during a yellow light.
吼
YOLO? Oh.
真自荐
没人来志愿，所以我自荐了。
刹住，
他在红绿灯前刹住了车。
耸立，
高山耸立在蓝天下。
How do we? Oh no. How do we do the shrug position? I immediately thought tower and I thought it wasn't it. Man, that one's gonna be rough. And it's gone. Oh wait. Is it? Oh. Oh, is this Viet? Oh, see that being correct. Whatever. No.
侮辱，
用粗话是一种侮辱行为。
I guess insult works. Oh, I keep typing Jun instead of Jun.
服，
Why can't I decide on one or four?
中，
What happened? My brain. Oh no, it's gone. Dang it. I recover from... Oh no, I can cover it. Oh wait, I can.
闲，
Holy title. Title is gonna be weak. Oh man, that's really weak. Oh.
翠绿，
翠绿的森林让人感到放松。
习， 公仆，
公仆应该为人民服务。
僧侣，
僧侣的生活非常简单。
服，铝锅，
我用铝锅煮汤。
简陋，
他们的工具很简陋，
虐待，
他们虐待了囚犯，
It's like being mistreating, brutal, maltreats. Yeah. Okay. Fine.
暴虐，
人民反对暴虐的统治，
割，
Put aside. That's fine.
触，枕套，
你可以帮我洗枕套吗？
弓，
What? How do I shred? I don't know how to shred. Wait. Hold up. Yeah. Yeah. I think. So. Oh, right.
宽敞，
Alright, I'll take the one. I'll take the done from yesterday. I was afraid it was gonna be rough. It was. Hey. Oh, what do you look like? Hi. What do you look like? Go. What do you look like? T. Ing. Wei. Yeah. J. Oh. All right. Yao Dao. Yan Cheng. How does that work? Oh, yes. Ying Di. Chen Cui. Chen Cui. Bo. I xiao. Dang you. That thing's not. Qian is struggle. Tianjing. Or Tianjing? Tianjing. Uru. Oops. 驳回。女佣。哺乳动物。佣人。Alright. Alright. Harry Poppers going into the bathroom of the Wizard High School. Shocked by seeing a boar, right, riding a horsey. Oops. Okay. Got Zelda, seller of the barn, trying to lend a hand in her graceful ways. She's cultivating some tree, or yeah, a tree, spraying some good stuff in order to cultivate some flowers. And I lost the meaning. Heckin' algae! Oh man, spraying that algae. Okay. It'll come to. I'm okay with algae. Timmy Turner in the bathroom, stuck taking care of the soul, being watchful of the soul throughout the day of his super intelligent guinea pig that he wished for. Okay. We got Pinocchio in the front of the English, no. In the English manor. Helping out with the sun flood. Sun flood. Chilling on top of a yard sign. Floating around, spraying to control the duckweed and flowers. Doesn't really need to be on the yard sign. Just helping out, you know. Got Dumbledore going here. Dumbledore, bathroom, house. Beach house being rudely disturbed by Muggle. So he just waved his wand and convert the person into a merman as a punishment. Got Pinocchio outside of the electricity plant trying to help out any way he can, so he decided, why not just take a shredder? Alright. Take a shredder. Okay. Take a shredder and then just throw his fingers in it. He doesn't want old fingers anyway. He can always replace them. And use that as like fuel for the generator. We got Julius Caesar prancing around the electricity plant, of which he owns. Right? Donned in silver everything. With some silver cleats, silver caliper to order people around, and fine silver and mesh. I don't know. We're good, as one would expect of a nobility. Okay. Then we have Professor X running to the bathroom of the pawn shop to stop a bunch of silly kid mutants. One seems to look like a caterpillar of sorts, trying to set everything on fire. Right. Alright. And then we got Done, which is our newest one. What was Done? It was something like Ears. Ears is where I got stopped. And Mutant with Crown. Delayed. And I got a quick, very quick fix for that. The new one. But Done. Where he's trying to pawn off an ancient crown, right? Actually, very different. So Dracula's in front of the pawn shop, exiting with his newly acquired secondhand crown. This crown protects his sensitive bat-like ears in order to better combat and delay the wildly loud mutant adversaries he faces. Okay. Alright. Nice. Pretty quick today. Alright folks, that's a wrap for my HanziHero session today. If you're gonna watch this later, xie. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, give it a try. Feel free to stop on by and let me know what you think. You're always welcome to yap, right? Mutual discussion, sharing of anecdotes, encourage people, be encouraging to one another, provide motivation, interest in one's own life and the lives of others, promote some problem solving skills, and critical thinking. Always welcome. So until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看. Thank you for watching. See you guys next time. I have one more thing to do. After a short break, I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch a little bit, and I will be back for a reset day for Neverwinter. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. It's been another week. We are into week number 7 for the Red Harvest 2. This is as usual. I have come to integrate a bit of commentary at the end. So from now on, in the future of like the next module, right, 32.5, the idea is we go through whatever it is that the campaign is. Actually, it's probably only going to be module 33. The 2.5s are the 0.5s are probably going to be smaller modules, which will be covered like in a day or two. I don't know how I'm going to go about that yet. Didn't cover the last half module, which was Slaughterhouse. I might not actually cover the next one either. We'll see. But in the following weeks, you know, after the 5th week, which is technically when I look at the last conclusion of the tasks, which involve like the changing room and that really wonderful, I forgot what that part is called, but the thing with all the platforming and stuff, kind of nice. After that, we basically do our weekly hauls, repeating those things, and then provide a little commentary. So it's gonna be more on the short side this week. I think a great way to go about it is to peruse the Discord. The Discord is publicly accessible. More about that later. So let's get right into our weekly routine. Last week we were able to hit land on the normal version of Soul Harvest, right? Not the most exciting thing, because the whole concept of normal is kind of stripped in a way that is, I suppose, live service friendly, but the most minimal engagement necessary. It was nice to show the assets though. That gave me an opportunity to. It's very foggy, like all the things in that place. When I was looking back through it, everything is very foggy, so not the most exciting thing to show. All right, so we have 3, right? We have 3 weeklies, which gives us 75, right? And we're just gonna do the 3 weeklies. Oh, what were they called? Changing room. Yeah. Terratoris on fire, and then what was it? Oh, it's called history repeating itself. Okay, that's pretty much what we're gonna do. Okay, I don't think there was any weeklies that I think I need to pick up the heroic encounter weeklies. That's fine. We'll talk about the state of this going into the 7th week, I suppose, after this. Some light commentary, not too much that's unexpected. So okay, now we run run run, switch. I wonder if you can not trigger this. Oh, okay. You can't. It has to be triggered. Right, we know where we're going. We know. Okay. Into the fray. Oh, what is this about? Where are you guys coming from? Chill. You guys coming along? Alright, sure. Let's see if they despawn. Oh, now they're just confused. Oh, yeah, they're confused. And then they got locked out. Nice. Alright. This one is probably the shortest of them, without a doubt. About to sneeze. Doesn't help that my keybind for my mute button is the slash / button, so it triggered my text box, which then means that I couldn't move while spamming random letters into the text box. Okay. Okay. I was trying not to sneeze into the mic. Okay. That's one down. Let's go grab the other. This requires us to beepity boppity, not there. Over here, Dragon Forge. Out the door. Do this one first. I think you might be able to leap. No. Can you? Yeah, you can just eat. Yoink. Can you like parkour up? Wait, hold. Oh. I can't jump here. Jumping's not allowed. Oh, wait. Nice. It doesn't really matter. It just as long. Alright, the Dream Vault. We'll do it in this order. Where is the... Oh. Okay. There's an interesting comment that was made in the Discord about the Dream Vault. I'll talk about that in a bit. What? What just happened? That's fine. Oh, wait. What am I doing? Wrong direction. Huh. What? Oh, can't see. Still haven't really thought about Wicca's way to this. I'm gonna grab a shot of this. All right. Okay. In we go. Refresh my memory. Okay. All right. Let's not bumble this too. Got some pour ups. Okay. Not like this! Not again! I thought I was being slick. And okay. All right. Excuse me. Okay. Alright. This place me back in the entrance? Nope. Okay. Right, changing room time. Oh, come on. Toxic. Gelatinous cube. Alright. Changing room. Yoink. Whoops. Okay. Gotta go here. Hall of Ablation. Okay. Now we double back. Succubus. Actually, go grab the spirit stuff. Okay. I wonder if we take this path instead. Oh, no. We gotta do the succubi first. Succubus first. Then take the stairs down. Yeah, doubling back is meh. Okay. Oh, you can get into combat with her? Oh, I didn't know that. Intriguing. Awkward. That's something different. Alright, so we drop down here. Go over here. This is where all the lampies are. I think collecting all the other stuff before doing the lampies. Probably the way to go. Alright. Do the rust monsters. Oh wait. Oh, yeah, we should do these guys too. Oh, okay. Alright, see you guys over there. Alright, gotta go the other direction. There's a bit too much backtracking at the moment. I forgot that I can mount in this area. Okay. Still gotta get the 3 things. Can be doubled around here. Going this way. What was up here? Was this the red room? Oh no, the purple one. Run through! Ah, can't do it. Making traps. My life is forfeit. Okay. Fine. All right. Then we go down here. It's the sacrifice room, which goes... There should be a red room somewhere. And then the yellow room next to it. Red temple. The temple. Okay. Now I need yellow, or not yellow, but whatever the other color is. Green, yellowish. Oh, I skipped one. Oh, come on. Friendly, dude. Just aggroing everything today. All right. Okay. So I go back up. Release the lost souls. Oh, it takes us right here. Oh, that's nice. And okay. All right, here we are. Alright. Now we head in. It's clobbering time. Alright. Say hi to our friend Tesser. Former Tesser. And okay. Get the amulets. That's 75. So now we gotta pick up 25. Oh, this actually takes us back to the entrance. Alright. Alright, so that's 75 immediately. I wonder if that completes our activities thing. No, it does not. So we're gonna do our usual. We should be down 25. Oh. Okay. So we gotta confront the mirror. Then that will lead up to 2 sets of stuff. But we just do Velora because Velora's thing is very, very fast. Super, super fast. Only have half because you can't reset them until you do the pair. Go into our gamer room. Okay. Got long interaction. What's up? TP back to the beginning. This is arguably faster than doing the weeklies, honestly. Maybe not the first one. The first one's probably quicker. Alright, so now we investigate the disturbance, but on the way to the disturbance, we do the wards. And if someone's already here, that means we can do the wards. And they can handle all the goobers. Let others do the work for you, you know? Oh no. Not like this! I don't want to do work! I'll clear for the other guy. It's only fair, I suppose. Alright. Now we investigate the disturbance. This way. Stop this guy. Alright, it's not as fast as the first one. Terratores on fire. Questionable. Alright. And we TP back. And do one more pair. Good to go. Disturbance again. Mirror. Okay. Alright. Quickest group. I think the wards are actually the longest of this group. Oh no. Actually, disturbance is probably longer by a couple bit. By just a wee bit. Grab this guy again. Hello, I'm back. Okay. Here's a little bit down along the way. Go into the gamer room. Gaming hall. All right, then we TP back. That's it. Got these. All right. All right. So there it is, 100. Now, I would say there's something else to do, but there isn't. We're just gonna go back to Protector's Enclave. We'll quick queue up for an RTQ. See if... I think we hit our... Sorry, I had to sneeze. All right, so we could do another RTQ to see if it hits, but that's fine. So let's go look at. This is where I do a little bit of commentary. Let's see, it's 1:16 a.m. local time, right? 1:16 a.m. local time. So we're gonna go look at some Discord stuff. So specifically, right, there's this new initiative that the community manager for Cryptic has been doing in the Discord. Most of the stuff that I'm going to read off is available to the public, right? You can access the Discord, the Neverwinter Discord, the official Neverwinter Discord, and it's under feedback. And there's a thread that started the module 32, right? This module, Red Harvest 2, general feedback. We're just gonna run back some dialogue, right? So one of the major comments lately has been the idea of, one of the central gripes, I suppose, is dealing with the idea of drop rates, right? The main comment typically is the idea of how many runs is a reasonable amount of runs to equip your existing character, because this game it emphasizes vertical, right? Vertical. Oh, what is that? Vertical upgrade, like vertical progress. And typically you want, at every module, you want to figure out how much time, or project how much time it takes to collect the gear that you want. And lately, apparently it's anywhere between 100 to 125 runs is an acceptable level of grind, according to back and forth between some people. I don't know how 100 to 125 run be, but if I had to take a account of, let's say, relatively speaking, to other things that I do or other things that I play, every module, like to equivocate, every module, so every patch update for other games, they typically last about Persona 5X, like P5X is a very big exception because they update every roughly two to 3 weeks, largely due to the idea that the global server is behind a year behind the main servers. However, if we were to take something that's long-standing, something incredibly long-standing, that may not necessarily be an MMORPG, for example, I would say usually these things drop every 3 months, right? 3 to 4 months, maybe even half a year. So we'll just say roughly every half a year there might be something, or every third. So third to half a year. And that is probably punctated for the hours. Let's say 1 to 2 hours a day, right? So you have, at the low end, let's take 90 days times 1 hour, that's 90 hours. And then on the upper limits, we have 180 days times 1 hour, so that's 180 hours. Thinking about that in terms of, I'm trying to put myself in other people's shoes, the ones that are cold calculating, efficient individuals who think about time as a value of their currency or their self-worth. I can say that I do share a bit of sympathy for them. I do not empathize with the time that I use. Like, for example, today when I was doing my weekly hauls, they are there to do it as a juxtaposition of brainstorming. While I was doing that, I was more or less brainstorming about this session that I'm going to talk about here, or how I go about it. It's somewhat cathartic. Before this, I spend like 6 hours learning things and trying to do things that will allow me to make more things and work on my portfolio or some weird resume or experience. I spend maybe 3/4 of my day learning things and then applying those skills to constructing new things, be it writing a book or making commentary, practicing my communication skills and whatnot. However, when I think about an hour a day for 3 months, that seems like something that would akin to a nice live service game that someone may be passionate about. Now, when I think about the existing live service, I don't play all the live service games, and I don't play other MMORPGs. In fact, someone made a video comment on my last rant, which was last week's post. They mentioned that they played Neverwinter 10 years ago, and seeing that Neverwinter hasn't really changed in the regards of like its core structure, they believe they made the right choice. It's relatively a common thing to look at things after the fact, right? So when it comes to investments, I think of when I choose to use time, I think of investments in that time on how do I build on it. So like I'm not spending this time thinking, oh, this will lead to a better future situation, or if I do this recording and share this time, it will give me my just deserved privileges. Gaming is a privilege. It's a choice you use to invest in time. So when we think about these value systems, an hour a day sounds like a really chill, vibey lunch plus dinner time to me. Or like going to hang out, like the alternative would be like going to hang out in your favorite Starbucks and people watch for an hour or something like that. That's kind of my thought process. Usually I log into Neverwinter to mess around for 30 minutes, get in like a run or two, and it would give me the time to brainstorm. Like brainstorm, what am I going to do tomorrow? Or what am I going to do today? Like what I have done today, what am I going to write the next week or for tomorrow's yap session, that type of thing. And it's very low maintenance. So it's a low maintenance 30 minutes. In fact, like to do the 1 week out of the day, the task is like 15 minutes or 20 minutes. Now, what these people are referring to is doing the, in my opinion, right? I'm going to try to keep it a little bit segregated here. What they're doing is they're doing the non-live service part that is part of the live service routine. So for me, the vast majority of my time is treating the game as a live service. That's before, that's after the time of them converting to live service. Neverwinter has started as a game that was built on something like Guild Wars 2, or which actually launched a little bit before Neverwinter, 2012 actually. Officially it's 2013 when Neverwinter Online was on. So what they modeled after was more like an expansion type, which Guild Wars 2, this person that said hi, I actually asked them, oh, that's one way to look at it, that you made the right decision 10 years after the fact, knowing that Neverwinter never changed. But I did ask them what game suit their fancy nowadays, and they shared that it was Guild Wars 2, and I'm like, NCSoft is a fantastic way to look at a gold standard for that type of MMORPG, where it's based on a one-time purchase expansion type model, right? And the expansion type model gives Guild Wars 2 staff, NCSoft and co, and I think it's ArenaNet, for the distributions on how to make a non-live service related expectations. Now, Neverwinter is in this really weird spot where I play Neverwinter for its live service, and that's live service is the campaign thing. It's built on progressively accumulating things, but usually those accumulated things are are horizontally integrated. Like you complete a campaign, right? You complete a campaign, that's great. You get all the things in the campaign, that's great. The fashion involved with the campaign, you might collect some few things. It's about doing the campaign, experiencing the campaign, whatever voice lore and voice acting and lore in it. That's what I experience, and that's usually the vast majority of cover. If I am lucky and privileged enough, I would do in my opinion, the non-compatible live service parts of this game, which is to participate in loot rolling, which is akin to me as an old school, archaic way of confronting or conflicting with live service, which is to add drop rates and like multi-currencies that are dependent and that are not guaranteed by time invested, which is drop rates. So this is where most people make their commentary, and that's kind of the last couple, that's like the major issue right now with this current module. The module itself, there are glowing remarks in my opinion of the campaign zone, and I agree with most people. The changing room was pretty great, the history repeating itself, the dream vault, that's fantastic. These are to be experienced. However, they don't have a lot of replay value, so to speak, right? Replay value. Live service is built on the experience, so an experience is often one and done. Now, the question is, how much more one and done experience can you gather if you were to compromise and trade off the dungeon running and the trial running? We may never know, because that, in my opinion, that is not the type of impression that I get from the current Cryptic about this. They want that gotcha. Honestly, it's really very reminiscent of gotcha, but now this is obligatory gotcha. So the whole like current drop rates, loot rates, and whatnot, like vertical gear progression, that is what the vast majority of people are equating time. I use a fraction of that time. Like my fraction is maybe at most 30 minutes a day. I don't even do every day anymore. It's like currency for campaigning and doing the live service thing is like fairly optional, right? I have all the currency I can possibly require moving forward from my legacy as a player, right? Campaign stores and all that stuff, the live service stuff, it rewards legacy playing. As in, if you play little here and there each and every day, or to complete tasks, you are rewarded with those legacy. Those are the components that I believe are compatible with live service and the current gold standards of live service. The other type, the expansion type, like Destiny 2, Guild Wars 2, World of Warcraft, as well as on top of the subscription-based things like Final Fantasy 14 and World of Warcraft, right? Those things use a different model. Their expectations are those dungeons and trials and long, elaborate things because it fits the model. I don't think Neverwinter fits the model. It's kind of like straddling between two places. So how they do it is they infuse a lot of the concepts of what the old school expansion type thing is. Make your gear extremely rare, so you impose that they play the game over and over again, do the trials over and over again. Meanwhile, what is, in my opinion, resonating with newer players, or maybe aging players as well, is that the live service feels great. It gives you a different sense of pace, but then it is consistently marred by how limited the resource is, and then how extended it is. So it's not all glowing for the campaign one. Another issue that was run up is the currency is also bafflingly bottlenecked. So here are the three current issues. Current drop rates, abysmal drops. Like the vertical gear progression is arguably muted by their prior stuff, like the previous Shackles of Divinity, like SOD, right? The last trial, and then having double trials back to back, as well as the campaigning to upgrade the artifact weapons. So the artifact weapons deal with currency in two cases. Both the trials are required, like multiple trial runs are required, as well as constant farming of the same rotational event, like world event in the campaigning zone. So this stuff is supposed to buffer the, I'm gonna say, 3-month wait period, right? 3-month wait period is what I'm going to guess is when 32.5 rolls around, and in another 3-month period would be the 33. So we're doing like a half one to push out, then the biannual module is going to land. So at the end of this 10 weeks, we put a counter basically right here. This campaign battle pass, the battle pass that they implemented because of becoming live service, the deadline is around March 19th. And that is probably around where 32.5, the half module, is going to drop. And then they're going to renew the battle pass for another 3 to 4 months, which is then when they're going to line up with hopefully module 33, right? And then the process repeats itself, which gives that live service type of feel. P5X, for example, Persona 5, and things like Genshin, like the MiHoYo things. When you run a battle pass, it marks all the demarcations of expecting when a battle pass period or an event period expires, the next thing rolls around, right? That's the live service content thing. However, that's not quite how this rolls. What this rolls is that there's an expectation that the dungeons are also going to, dungeons and trials and gear is going to roll over all the previous things. Live service doesn't actually do that. Like, in my opinion, a lot of the existing successful live service games, they're accumulated. So like things don't roll over, they roll to the side. So the things you collected in the previous thing is going to contribute or bolster or synergize with the next thing. This is where Neverwinter has its looking at the Discord. This is where, in my opinion, is where the majority of the grievances are, because they're tied to the expectation that you can always vertically roll over your gear because you have accessibility to getting the gear, which has been declining more and more because it's no longer really about aptitude or merits, right? A meritocracy, which I don't think it's ever really been that way for a while now. Maybe the first 2 years of Neverwinter. It's usually about nepotism, right? Nepotism, a system of vertical progressions typically is nepotistic, especially nepotistic in the sense that it's even more enhanced when the accessibility is not confined to the individual. It's confined to groups of people. So when it's a group of people, then it is by all means far more nepotistic. Not that it is 100% nepotistic. It's more lean towards that. So if you have a group of people who are habitually in the same place, available at the same time, that gives you access to that. It is irrelevant to anyone who falls out of touch of the game or is interested in starting the game, right? That's what nepotism is. Nepotism, the consequence of nepotistic systems is that it excludes newcomers. It makes it progressively harder and harder to be attractive to anyone outside of the ring. Nepotism. And then there's a constant power struggle in nepotistic systems. Whoever has more access, they fight for influence, right? And then eventually it usually decreases over time because no new blood is coming in, right? And that's kind of the situation right now. The biggest gripe is they're continuing to flood and demand the one resource that an aging population and a lack of a new blood is going to not compensate for, which is increased game time. You're constantly increasing game time with not necessarily substantial feeling of legacy building. So it this whole trial business, running up drop rates, or running down drop rates to increase runtime of things, is a double whammy. It alienates and pushes the boundaries of nepotistic groups, and also excludes and conflicts with the live service model, or at least the live service model that is like half and half. The approachable things become increasingly less approachable because they have to also be in line with the nepotistic stuff, like legacy, country club stuff, Master's Trials, Master's Dungeon. And that is like the last month of argument and stuff, where people talk about like the value of time, my legacies, how I feel this should go, how they should feel this goes. And the gripe really does center around, how do you value time? Well, time is honestly, in the long run, time is voluntarily used when it comes to games, and I obviously am not like running. I'm obviously not running a Soul Harvest, Master Soul Harvest, or Advanced Soul Harvest for like the 100th time or the 125 times successfully with 9 other people, organized and planned across a period of like 3 to 6 months, in like habitually, to get some semblance of vertical progression, in which it gets phased out again out of my expectations of vertical progression. That's not me. I have a much different valuation of my time. I prefer to be doing this, which is to observe what other people do in a truncated time, see what their grievances are, and look forward to seeing how Cryptic and I guess Art Games respond to the criticism. There's also an initiative by the community manager to be more present and constantly try to be pro-community. Well, the community is entirely nepotistic, in my opinion, like the vocal community. So in that way, I guess the game will go in the way of trying to make sure the existing population, whatever that existing population is satisfied. It may lead to a decrease in need to run things more. They might take it back and say, okay, let's decrease it by half the time or something, or reconsider the currency distribution and how people are interacting. But for me, live service, if they're gonna listen to maybe an outward perspective, or take into consideration outward perspective, live service focuses on the individual nowadays. They focus on horizontal legacy building, of which there is an opportunity or an optional engagement in which you interact with other people in the community. Encouraging the individuals to celebrate and hoard and flaunt what they acquire over time is one of the things that build to a positive overall community that is not inherently gatekeeping. The current trajectory of what this reminds me of is like the case of Terra Online. There was Terra Online was unapologetically going to continuously harness nepotism and a legacy over accessibility. So inherently, I really liked Terra Online when the amount that I played, but the moment you enter the gate, the moment when you approach the gate, usually the game ends for people. So Terra Online kind of, in my opinion, was so gated because of unapologetically catering to kind of like this monument of hardcoreness that it stopped growing. In fact, the biggest opponent and the thing that crushed Terra Online was how competitively nepotistic it was. Like the infighting in the existing loyal group, in my opinion, was one of the catalysts for Terra Online's downfall, which actually was 2 years before Neverwinter, I think 2011 or maybe 2012 as well. Guild Wars 2, Terra Online, and Neverwinter was like during that time of still MMORPG renaissance, really, right? And I don't know if they're gonna go this way as well, but I rarely ever engage in all the stuff that's triggering so much negative backlash, like, or maybe not even negative backlash. It's not even backlash. It's more like commentary. People talk about, oh, well, I don't want to do 100 runs, and then someone else will come in and say, it's only 100 runs. You could do it in like, you know, less than 100 hours or something like that. And my thought is, boy, I certainly am not going to do those 100 runs. So that's my choice because I'm not sad about it. The idea is I do what I think my value of my time is, and that is to read people's things and see where they're going with it, and I kind of enjoy that. That used to be like a ritual on Neverwinter. What I'm doing right now, sitting here in P, looking at chat, not the in-game chat, because the in-game chat is no longer the source of communication and people talking to each other. It's actually on the Discord. And then it used to be the threads, but the threads kind of went into this like Hobbit territory as well, like hermit territory, where it's incredibly graded. It kind of feels like a 4chan situation. But then the threads were closed and all the traffic was moved to the Discord. So now I'm like looking at seeing what's coming up. Like there's a feedback on making M32.5, module 32.5, a balance class module, which they've been collecting feedback for 3 of the tanks, like all 3 tanks, which is involved with me. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that results in changes in like the Sentinel, Justicar, and the Vanguard. These things are interesting to me. Playing these things and then seeing how the upper people produce feedback to make things harder or make things more inaccessible or make them rewarding and tweaking to their liking. That to me, I'm not involved in that. So I really don't have any emotional feelings. Maybe I have somewhat sympathies for people who feel so compelled to do those 125 runs in order to participate in a routine that doesn't bring them joy. Like, I guess the ones that do like the ones that are doing it, I hope that they are finding joy in it. I enjoy doing this. This is fantastic. I've been doing this since the beginning of Neverwinter. We sit around, we do a few runs here, but largely is to talk to each other and talk about where the game could go, or what's next, what's happening in your life. What's like, I was part of the World of Warcraft, you know, the vanilla times, the platform before things like Discord, Facebook, like, you know, we're talking about old school RuneScape here. Like, those serve as platforms of interaction. And now most of this stuff is happening in Discord. And then when you look, like I'm looking at the chat right now for PE around this time, it's basically the one person or maybe 2 people that says looking for group RTQ. That's about it. And then you might get one like every 30 minutes. So that type of scenario does not get you to trials or dungeons. If I'm being incredibly blatantly biased, if you're someone to pander to me, I'm not that special, so this is a hypothetical. If you're going to pander to me, module 32.5 and module 33 features solo dungeons, exclusively solo dungeons, no groups, no party things, and those solo dungeons are going to be packed with encouraging players to use all their alts. So like there's gonna be a dungeon for someone who plays, or there's a gear modify, like not a gear modifying, but a conditional modifier that caters to each of the classes. And then if you play more than one class, you can contribute to it. That's horizontal gameplay, right? It is how experienced the player can become across all the classes. That's live service. Live service is to get the most out of your like assets. You're building on top of all your assets. So no longer is it about specializing in a singular asset and invest vertically. You're investing horizontally. And this does have some minority voice. Some people will say like, hey, at this point, everything I earn in game should just be unbound, or at least it all should be account bound so that I am horizontally invested in different players, or unbound in the sense that I can distribute it to my other characters so I can play them. Well, that can be embraced. I'm not saying Cryptic is going to do this. Obviously, it would be an interesting social experiment. One social experiment is to design an event or design a dungeon. They're gonna end up falling in dungeon mode, but then dungeon implies party, so it's just gonna be called an event. And that event is to see the aptitude of one person across all the classes. So you can still be competitive in that nature, because how many classes you are good with is a horizontal exploration of one skill. It's not a vertical progression where like you have one character assume all the valuable things, and then you're comparing the most valuable thing, a character, across to someone's like less valuable character. This is what's creating nepotism, in my opinion. Nepotistic dissonance, where someone says, oh, look at my character, I've been playing for so long and I've been in this tight group who clears all the content, and then they would use that as leverage and ways to say that they know better, they understand better, and what's better for the game compared to anyone else who has not been doing it for a very long time. Like, for example, I'm not going to sit here and wield like, oh, I played Neverwinter since the beginning, which I have, and then use that as a way to like evaluate how much say or how much value my perspective is. I am offering a hypothetical, and it would be an interesting social experiment. Will it happen? Probably not, but it would be kind of interesting how the community attitude towards each other and whatnot would change. In a live service model like that, which a lot exist, you know, MiHoYo, P5X is my personal thing, Hearthstone, lots of those other ones. What happens is people then decide to share tips and tricks to each other all the time to boost their own performance. So across the board. So like when someone goes in, like say the next dungeon, the Paladin dungeon is incredibly there's not a lot of sample size, so someone will go and do the Paladin solo style, and then they would do word of mouth, like here's my approach to the Paladin solo dungeon, right? And then someone will say, oh no, you know what, my Paladin solo dungeon is pretty interesting, check out my run. So what happens then is you have a solo dungeon that can be run by all the classes. So then people will consistently compare each other and share word of mouth on who can continuously optimize for those dungeons, as opposed to constantly pointing fingers like, oh, I can't do this because there's not 4 other magical people or 9 other magical people, and then I can't do this, so it's boring. And then another thing is, it will then largely focus on performances, as opposed to, so each run would be an opportunity to do better that's not dependent on luck, right? Luck with the current drops, and luck with people, and so on, right? I don't know if that's gonna I'm not entirely convinced that would substantially change the attitude that exists in the Neverwinter community. However, it is a dramatic change that can promote different attitudes, right? Different things. Right now, it's night and day when it comes to other games, other live service games. Other live service games are promoting community forward strategies. Basically, it's encouraging everyone to be better. Like, what I mean by that is not be better like in a moral or ethical standpoint. They're constantly being greedy to improve themselves. And because they're so hungry to prove themselves, they share that information, which makes other people want to improve upon that. At this point right now, it usually feels like most people, they do a lot of things, and if they're lucky, they're lucky. If they're not lucky, then they're not lucky. So that whole feeling of value of time goes out the window. If you're lucky, then you find that you use your time very valuably. You would agree with whatever they're doing. If you're not lucky, then it feels like you wasted your time, or either the developer or the publisher don't value your time. I'm not a gambling person, or I try not to be. Even though I play a gacha game, I rarely even gamble with a gacha game. I choose when to invest my time, and I do not typically value designs that are predicated on luck. Because if I'm going to play a live service game, it's a live service game. I like legacy, collective building, and reward, cumulative reward for my time. I don't like sunsetting. Like, I'm not a fan. Other people can disagree with me. I'm not the fan of sunsetting things. Sunsetting things involve vertical progression. You sunset your gear. You sunset unofficially a dungeon because it's no longer relevant. You don't play other dungeons or lower dungeons of which the reward gets sunsetted, as in they are obsolete, irrelevant, no longer part of the process, right? Most of the time, the things that live servers do is like you keep doing it. You always do those things. It's built around a way that most of the things that exist in the game consistently stay relevant. Like, since it's been 6 months since I started P5X, and the task that I still do in the game is still the very first task that the game existed with. And they build on top of all the subsystems. The only thing that is one and done is the thing that costs a lot of money, and that's the story, the one and done content, right? So those things are where they invest the money in. Otherwise, it's subsystems upon subsystems that constantly stay relevant. And to do that, Neverwinter Cryptic kinda does that in a way that is really weird. They create new currencies, new currencies that do not interact with old currencies. That is incredibly rare, like weird and not live servicey. That's right, because like the currency that you own in this campaign, like all that currency that you gathered, all that overflow because you were unlucky, doesn't have anything to do with the next module. It doesn't have anything to do with your previous module. You can't even repurpose those things. So everything is vertically progressing. Other live service games, all the currency you have are relevant to your existing currency. And when they introduce new currency, that currency is built upon previous currency. Like, every currency moves forward. There's rarely a time when you do an action and you're like, well, this is currency that I'll never use because it's irrelevant to the game now. This currency was sunsetted, right? And that's where Neverwinter is kind of in a weird spot. Every time a new campaign comes up, you're going to expect all unrelated currencies to everything before. The only universal currency is like Astro Diamonds. And maybe like refinement things. Those still stay there, but the new stuff you look forward to, it's often the same dialogue again and again. It's like, oh, we're gonna spend 100 hours to 200 hours farming the same encounter with a unique currency to this campaign that if there isn't anybody doing it anymore, it's officially sunsetted, and it will be sunset because the next module comes out and it'll have a whole slew of separate currency that effectively it's rinsing and repeating the same small amount of valuable content. So the game Neverwinter can feel so filled with things, but such a small portion of it is ever felt like it's relevant. Meanwhile, when I go and log in to do my 15 minutes, this is just 15 minutes of P5X, I do quite literally the same task I have been doing since day one. Only now it's different because the currencies that I earn during those tasks go into different things. They go into my other characters. My characters are horizontally bolstering itself over time despite doing the same thing. And then those same things get new flavors and they rotate out and they rotate back in. All of the existing system continue to evolve and rotate. They keep adding new conditionals to these simple tasks, right? Or the rudimentary tasks. And that keeps the game feeling like everything since the beginning is still relevant. Neverwinter is like when module 33 rolls around, everything before it's irrelevant again. So it feels like the first year. It feels like the second year. Second year feels like the third, like the fourth. It consistently just churns in place, in my opinion, because the old hat design is to vertically roll away all the stuff before, despite having a lot of wonderful things like achievements, titles, right? All these like cosmetic things where I can't even, oh, I can demonstrate it. Like these things, this is probably the most live servicey parts of Neverwinter. You see this like incredibly long list. All of this is the collective account balance things, and then you have like all these titles right here. These are every title you collect from every like battle pass and completion campaign thing, right? These are the titles. So that's the closest thing to a actualized live service legacy building. It's horizontal. You collect, that's your legacy. But it doesn't serve any function, in my opinion, other than vanity. Meanwhile, the vast majority of the content is focused on rolling your character over. Constantly rolling your character over. Like, for example, class balances. It's kind of interesting that they didn't create 3 paragons at this point, right? The whole idea is constantly focusing on balance. And balance is because it's necessary, in my opinion, for their focus on group content. Groups and trials, like dungeons and trials, require balance because people have to see it as compartmentalized balance between each other. If it was an individual based thing, like solo dungeons, then everyone is playing on the same field regardless of how unbalanced or balanced a class is, right? Because they will be compared to that. So if a class had 3 paragons, it has 3 paragons. If you want to compete with someone who has a specific paragon, then they compete on the same level. And when they come together, what they can do is they can indirectly compete accolades with each other. Like, how much points did you score? How much DPS did you score? And those are based on an individual level, which creates competition because there's no excuse anymore. You don't have the dependency of, oh, well, I specialized in this, while you have the accessibility to do so, right? It is the accountability. I think there is an incredibly laxed diffusion of responsibility and accountability combined. If you don't get something, it's somewhat dependent on other people, so it's not your fault. Or if you don't get something, it's because of the current drop rate. I'm not suggesting that that isn't a problem. It's the idea of how people feel, right? When you don't get something, it's because of the drop rate, so that's something to blame, right? If you remove that, there will be one less thing to blame. However, you have to replace it with some sort of reward process that gives them a feeling of reward. I do have to concede that the existing standards for live service games reward is the cumulative amount of time they use, not any one moment. So big accomplishments and stuff do not occur. That's the trade-off for the feeling of live service games. You do not see or witness big accomplishments. So that would be one of the big things that Neverwinter would be sacrificing. So I concede that if the vast majority of the old guard of Neverwinter likes that they run on the rush of big accomplishments, like getting super lucky and then accomplishing a super hard task that everyone competes to be exclusive with everyone, you can keep Neverwinter the same, for sure. However, I want to argue, it's not the having the cake and eat it situation where you can constantly feel like your time is valuable if you're engaged in that type of challenge. Delay gratification and consistency from the basis of live service games are what makes live service games inherently incredibly lucrative and also habit forming. But they're not punctuated by incredibly sporadic events of luck or grand achievements. They're built over time. So now you have these two conflicting things. You either spend a lot of time trying to start building a legacy, which Neverwinter erases every single module. So you're constantly hampered with the idea that, oh, you go into the module thinking, I'm gonna full send this. And when you full send this, if you fail, then you are unlucky. If you succeed, then you are happy for that instant. In my opinion, you might be arguing, oh, but what about those days where you spend like 100 hours trying to get your first success and it feels really good, and that type of delay gratification? Well, it's built on people who do not expect a live service game. They expect an equal and proportional, at least in my opinion, equal and proportional investment by the developer and a publisher to bring those challenges and reward it adequately on a model that isn't milking them for live service playtime, right? Repeating the same dungeon only 125 runs is not the same as constantly challenging the group that likes that on luck, and luck combined with heavy, like hard achievements, like hard clears and whatnot. It's more like treating that and trying to also combine it with live service model philosophy where, okay, well, we don't have like 10 dungeons to release every 6 months. How do we get them to play one dungeon for a really long time? Oh yeah, that's right. Apply live service philosophy without delay and cumulative gratification, and then apply it to places where there is, but just string it along. There's add even more replaying time, lower the odds. That's actually one of the things that hurt a lot of live service games, in my opinion. The idea that when a publisher pressures the developers to integrate a luck-based obligatory action, that they can manipulate the luck side of things in order to inflate the time. That's actually one of the things that did come out of live service. But now it's exaggerated even further because of old school archaic things like drop rates and loot and whatnot. It's kind of like a mixed bag right now. It's a very unique, I still think it's kind of a unique problem that Cryptic and Art Games is addressing. And then you throw in like things like Guild Wars 2 and then ESO and others, and you're thinking, it's unique, and therefore it also has its unique problems in Neverwinter. My first thought is I am genuinely I'm gonna end with this comment for today, for this thought. I'm genuinely curious how the community would react when they introduce a horizontal solo event. Not that stuff that they tried with like the hell pit and stuff. We're talking about a thing, an event that provides horizontal but equivalent replacement for the group activities. Like, so whatever this horizontal move is, this single player thing, it will be on the scale of a horizontal upgrade to the master trials and master dungeons. And the question is, which one would be more popular, right? I'm willing to take a gamble that it's not as big of a difference. Yeah, hear me out. Like, it's not going to be as big of a difference as some people might think I'm going to say. I think it might be equivalent. So if you're providing a solo experience, so there's solo masters and solo advance versus a group advance and group masters. My thought is it would be a very interesting social experiment to see which one is more popular. And I don't think it's going to be night and day and it's going to be us versus them. It's more like you're going to find people in specific time zones and people with specific schedules and availability will enrich themselves for either offering, right? And making them equivalent means that if you want to compete, like if someone has like a beef with another person and say, oh yeah, but my dreadnought build is more efficient than your dreadnought build, I take it to the solo, to the solo masters and the solo dungeons. Like, but wait, you don't, like, I don't have your gears. Like, you can still get it from the solo dungeons, right? It's not about accessibility anymore. The argument is not about luck, which is related to accessibility, and it's not about if you have the people. It's not about what region you're from, what your time frame is, how many other friends you do or do not have, that kind of thing. It's great, at least for a social experiment. And if it falls apart, the nice thing is you can still go back to experimenting with getting people to bicker about whose group is more superior, whose experience is more lucky and unfortunate. Lucky, luck, it's constantly luck this, luck that. And then when someone talks about value of their time, oftentimes people talk about their value of their time in the grand scheme of luck. Luck makes the valuation of time egregiously incomparable. Like, what I mean is, when someone talks about, oh, they don't value our time, and then the next thing that comes out of their mouth or out of their fingers is, oh, it's because of current drop rates, or how many people, how long it takes to get a chance at rolling on something. That destroys, in my opinion, the comparability of time. Time is consistent. Luck is not. Luck is random. So when you start a dialogue around a luck mechanic or a odds mechanic, and then you're talking about value of time, how are you even going to compare that? The moment you type something like, oh, 50 runs is not a lot, someone's going to come by and say like, well, I got all my stuff in the first 20 runs. Because luck is indiscriminate. It will make someone think their time is more valuable or less valuable, depending on your luck. So to me, the consistent argument about MMORPGs, the gripe about how much time it takes and whatnot, we're not talking about investment strategies or a 401k or a, Roth IRA, where there is still some luck involved, but that luck is severely less sporadic and spurious. A game where people are arguing that their value of their time and their perception of how much they want to play the game, if it's worth it, and it's based on all the things that deal with odds, that's crazy. Like, what I mean is, it will be very crazy to satisfy honestly anyone if the vast majority of the community is evaluating their time as a factor, as a strong factor of luck. And that is something, in my opinion, Cryptic can control. Cryptic can deliberately control the perception of value by mitigating luck. And then with that mitigation of luck, they can tune and tweak the expectations to match. Because if they continue to rely on luck, it becomes less and less controllable, despite all the currency they keep throwing, like pity currency. They introduced, by the way, recently they introduced a new pity loot box streak system, right? Yeah, that reduces some of the luck. So the question is, how far will, in my opinion, it will be interesting to see how far a vocal community, or the remaining vocal community anyways, can push Cryptic and Art Games to consistently remove elements of luck to allow them to compromise on tweaking their aspects of value per time. Without the luck aspect, one can ultimately start thinking, how long is enough? So we're going to wrap this back around to the end of today's discussion, which is the idea, how long is an acceptable level of grind per tune? Well, right now, Neverwinter's major arguments and conversation is around the luck it takes. So what happens is the acceptable level of grind is based on the unluckiest scenario. So like how many runs it takes to guarantee an acceptable level of vertical progression for a tune. And if you get lucky, those people will go around giving the impression that it doesn't take that long, right? So there's this dissonance. When I think about doing Soul Harvest, my first thing is I think of the worst case scenario, quote unquote, the worst case scenario, as in, what if I don't have any luck? Like, what is the guaranteed assessment? And that's what is creating the dissonance, the discontent. What is the luckiest you can get? And what is the unluckiest you can get? And the unluckiest is the guarantee thing. That's when no luck is involved. You do this much and you're guaranteed to have it. If that distance is larger than the person is willing to grind for, then it is considered unacceptable. If it gets closer and closer to the guaranteed odds, they can have an accurate barometer to saying, oh yeah, I'm okay with this. I'm okay with 125 runs because it's guaranteed. And that's cool. But what if it was 50 and so on, right? So I think that's probably the dialogue when module 32.5 comes out and module 33 comes out. Did they increase the aspect of luck in order to, and make it even more convoluted, to make it seem like, in my opinion, being clever about obfuscating people's value in their time? Like that is a legitimate business strategy, not a pro community move, in my opinion, pro consumer move. It's more of a legitimate business strategy that has been done very well, and this type of business strategy has applied to engagement, right? To TikTok, doom scrolling. The idea is you can obfuscate and target the idea that the engagement is happening while removing the agency from the player. And how does that emphasize this? When you add luck, the agency is removed from the player. So when you provide enough engagement, that player will participate in something that they don't have agency over. When you give the player agency back, they are able to calculate and plan and make decisions and take accountability for their decisions. If you're able to say, hey guys, well, you just have to complete this dungeon successfully 50 times to guarantee your drop. Now the question is different. The question is like, how long will it take me to do 50 successful runs? And since I only have to do 50 successful runs, then I can decide whether I want to do that or not, right? And that removes elements of, wait, but if I do 50 runs and I get unlucky, then I would have to do infinite more if I keep getting unlucky. Like, oh, don't worry about it, guys. We'll give you some pity currency, and that pity currency will equate to 3 times the expected run. And then because of that 3 times the expected run, we'll add 3 more currencies on top of that currency. So it makes it feel like they're getting things without actually getting things. Legitimate business strategy and psychological trick, right? You do something that looks like they're doing something, and then in case they're upset, you add more layers to it so it feels like they're doing something, but you're stretching out the time, right? It's kind of like paying someone $100 to complete the task, but since they can't complete the task because it will take too long, split the $100 into $10. So now you have $10. Let them try to get the $10, and they make, well, the $10 is so rare to complete, make it $1. So what happens is the process keeps getting longer and longer, but it makes the person feel like they're constantly doing something towards a goal. But in the grand scheme of things, they're actually doing far less per unit time than they originally did. I don't know if this is intentional by Neverwinter, right? The Cryptic and others, but when it comes to business strategies and psychology and, you know, trying to create a model that causes players objectively or maybe even intuitively by practice, this is what is very efficient. Whether people know that or not, I believe there's some professional integrity or responsibility and accountability on both sides. The person who's deciding to play the game, as well as the people who are making the game, right? And the people who are publishing the game. There's mutual responsibility, right? I think it's incredibly vicious if you think about it in an extreme case. But for now, I think that's how the vast majority of business practices over time has become. You inflate currencies and different forms of like different steps, like more steps to the process. It's kind of like if you got a ball, and to make that ball, you have to get 100 balls to make the one ball. But if you can't, but to get the 100 balls, each ball requires another 100 balls of a different type of ball. So then it's not just getting one ball, you're getting 100 to make one, like another, you know, like a blue ball. You have to collect 100 green balls. And then to make one green ball, you have to collect 100 red balls. So then the process is like exponentially longer. However, when you're playing the game, it feels like you're doing something. If you're getting a red ball, you're not seeing that you're getting 1/100th of a green ball, or a blue ball, sorry, and then 1/100,000th of a, you know, a green ball. So like green, blue, red, right? So every time you're getting a red, it's like, yay, I got something, but it's still 1/100,000th of a green ball that you need to get. And that's kind of how I feel like the route they're going right now. Module 32 is really pushing the envelope with the artifact weapons, right? And it's pretty old school. I think there is a upper limit to this. Like, what I mean is there is a line that they can possibly cross. There is certainly enough awareness, in my opinion. We'll see what happens in the next module. I'm genuinely curious. Do they increase the number of pseudo currencies in between? Or maybe they go a different route? Wishful thinking? Not too much hopium. I'm not investing in time in, like, for me, I'm gonna be really direct with people. I'm not investing any time in Soul Harvest. Like, it looks like a fantastic trial. Again, when I watched other people play it and cleared it and talk about mechanics, it's pretty great. I think I want to echo one of the last sentiments in people trying to celebrate Module 32, like happy thoughts. It's both bad and good at the same time. It seems like what Module 32 symbolized was like everything in the existing kitchen sink in one thing. So the trial seemed like it listed as many different competent mechanics all in one place. The map for Module 32 was a little bit of everything they have, right? And then the changing room and the dream vault is all the different really weird and interacting things all in one place, right? It kind of bad and good. It's like it almost is an admission that they don't want to try anything different, but it's also quite good because it's nostalgia bait for all the things that are combining in a cohesive thing. I actually think it's really great that they're marrying all those things. But then this module is going to get sunsetted for the next module. So all of that's going to go away again. Are they going to repeat the same thing where they reiterate and recycle the same thing to replace it? Or build on top of it? To me, the gold standard is that you have all these mechanics, you build on top of it, right? All these gears, you build on top of it. You don't roll them over. You expand them. But that hasn't happened in the... Honestly, that hasn't happened in the last 13 years. So, or 12 years, I guess. 12 years officially. I don't really think that's going to happen anytime soon. So we'll see. We'll see. I echo that one video comment that person made. Yeah, Neverwinter still feels the same since 10 years ago, right? Because every module feels like the first year, or every module feels like it's replacing the previous year or the previous module. It's meant to be played that way, I suppose. And if you're okay with it, good for you. For me, I'm genuinely only focused on the horizontal things. So the people playing it is horizontal, like they are longevity, right? And then the stories and the lore, whatever I can pick up, and my commentary is like building as a whole. Like my commentary is integrating all the other games that I played. I'm not simply focused on lamenting or kind of trapped in this cycle of trying to find value in the current Neverwinter content, because the stuff that people value in that content don't stay valuable. They get rolled over in 3 months or 6 month time. So I spend less and less time valuing those things. Like I have gear on some of my tunes that you still run the standard live service stuff, and it's from 7 years ago, right? It demonstrates that there is a true disconnect between what is live service and what is that diminished return of luck-based long hours. I did it once. I did it a couple of times. Vault of Stars, hardcore. What was it? Ring of Wind or something. that was it. That was the last time I did it, and I actually did it with people. So you had to do it with people. Those people no longer play this game, right? And in fact, that was the source of how all of the things disintegrated. Like, the last time they tried to do that, and it was also the last time I'm like, yeah, man, that value system, it's so warped. Like, you have virtual things that will eventually get turned over, splitting people's value and time. I like, humbly, I don't identify as a piece of equipment on a game that treats gear like a subscription or a smartphone you replace every year, right? Not for me. So that was the last time. That's why I don't do trials and dungeons in the way that it's done, because the last time was the last couple people, it pretty much ripped apart the thing, and that was like 4 years ago. So, or maybe 3 or 4 years ago. It was fairly long time, and they're going down that again. So anyways, that's the chatter for the end of week 7. I'll try to come up with something interesting for the last 3 weeks, right? Trying to bring back the old platform yapping Neverwinter experience. Until next time, if you're gonna watch this later, thank you. You're more than free to add your contentious hot takes and talk about, you know, Gear Wars 2 or something like that. You know, the last time someone said they talked about BDO, which is a horizontal live service like model, right? And then Guild Wars 2 expansion type. Maybe someone will bring in a hot take like, oh, I'm still playing Lineage, which is also by NCSoft, by the way. Or look forward to something like Crimson Desert, which is a single player, one-time purchased MMO-ish like capturing, right? But it's still a single player experience. Yeah, you're more than free to welcome, follow along, or pick up Neverwinter and maybe have a different take. I'm always open ears to doing this commentary. Like, you can join at this time of the module, because there's really not much going on for myself personally. We complete our weekly tasks and we start thinking about our next game or the things that we are going on about, right? Until then, stay safe, stay healthy, game responsibly, right? Evaluate your time responsibly, and when you choose to play video games and choose to spend your time, hopefully it's with a smile, because I'm making and writing things. I don't really invest in things that I constantly have to bicker about whether I'm spending my time wisely or not. I don't have to sit in a room and be nostalgia about good old days. I like what I'm doing. I'm constantly trying to build on the current things I am, right? Hopefully others will do that as well and continue to do so. Until next time, see you guys. Take care. Bye bye now.